All right, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Gorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans.
Oh, good morning.
Thank you. So everyone is here. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, I will move that the August 29th, 31st, 2022 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Replacement report, item 10, motions pending. 10.8, potential grazing strategies for weed control on city property, and 10.9, aggregate recycling program. And items to be dealt with together, I believe those are covered under the agenda piece as well. 7.1 capital financial update, June 30th, 2022, and 7.2 operating financial update, June 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Any questions on the adoption of the agenda? I need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Salvador seconded it. Please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
I'm just, for some reason, vote did not appear on my,
Would you like to vote verbally?
just hold on. Can you send it now? Here, you got it. Here you go.
We have
Yeah.
all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'd like to move the adoption of the August 15th, 17th, 2022 City Council meeting and the August 16th, 2022 City Council public hearing.
Second by Councillor Cartmel. Any additions or omissions to the minutes? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. I have one in the afternoon, but Councillor Rutherford, I think you have one, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to take a moment today to recognize that August 31st is International Overdose Awareness Day. And International Overdose Awareness Day is a global event to raise awareness of overdose and reduce the stigma of drug-related injuries and deaths. It acknowledges the grief felt by families and friends, remembering those that have died or have been permanently injured as a result of drug overdose. The rate of drug poisonings in our province grew 29% in 2021 compared to 2020. Sadly, Edmonton recorded the highest number of drug poisoning deaths in the province, with more than 666 deaths from drug poisoning reported in 2021. Substance abuse and addiction have harmful effects on individuals from all walks of life, but drug overdoses are preventable. It is through open and honest conversations, proper resourcing, addressing systemic inequalities, education, and increased access to harm reduction programs that are all important steps to build healthier, safer, and more inclusive communities. Addressing these complex social issues can only be realized through collaboration and the support of the community. We need to continue to work together, sharing experiences and building support systems to help those affected, and treating this issue like the true public health crisis it is. The City of Edmonton needs to demonstrate our commitment to working with community agencies and partners to improve our resiliency on these issues and enhance the quality of life for those struggling with addiction. I want to acknowledge the great work that the group Moms Stop the Harm are doing for their advocacy and peer support efforts in the communities across Canada, including Edmonton. In recognition of Drug Overdose Awareness Day, they will be hosting an awareness event in Victoria Park from 6 to 9 p.m. on August 31st. And also, please, on August 31st, wear purple or a purple ribbon to also honor that day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Select items for discussion, select items for debate. All right. Okay, Councillor Stevenson,
I'll select 8-2, please.
8-2. Okay,
I'm assuming 7-1 and 7-2? Yeah.
okay, 7-1, 7-2.
That's all I had on mine, thank you.
Okay. All right. I see no other selections. Okay,
I'll move all remaining.
thank you, Councillor Knack.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford. So please vote on the reports not selected for. Yep, sorry. Can you turn the mic on, please?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was trying to click in and I didn't get in. Could I select 7.5?
Yeah, so we just have to kind of hold on the vote, right, or recall the vote?
The vote's not been issued yet, so that's no problem.
Okay,
So that is, sorry, 7 point, which one's? 7.5? Okay.
yes.
Okay.
And then I do have a question about 7.3.
7.3.
And that's
Okay.
it.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you.
All right, so balance has been moved by Councillor Knack and second by Councillor Rutherford. I will call the vote now.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Request to, so Madam Clerk, can you read back to us what we have already approved?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this following, council has approved the following. Item 7.4, fines and penalties for excessive vehicle noise. Item 7.6, Edmonton Ski Club replacement. Item 7.7, Turkish Canadian Society outstanding tax balance options. As well as 9.1, City of Edmonton Youth Council appointment recommendations.
Okay. And 9.1, right?
There might be a question, Mr. Mayor, if we could just take a moment.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry about this, Mr. Mayor, but could 7.5 and could I select 7.6 as well to speak about them together?
So 7.5 is on the environmental assessment, right? And 7.6 is on the replacement of the existing facility. Were they cross-referenced at the committee?
No, they were not. They were independent reports coming up from committee.
Okay. So Councillor Principe, do you have question on the environmental or you have question on the replacement?
Both,
Both?
yeah.
Okay, so
They,
what,
to be fair, they were cross-referenced at committee.
they were?
Yeah, they were.
Oh,
They ended
okay.
up being cross-referenced. I just, it was discussed that it wouldn't be, but they ended up being cross-referenced, so, or dealt with together, I should say. That's maybe the better way to say it.
Okay, so what would be the proper process, Madam Clerk, for us to have both items cross-referenced
So
at
the
this
first
point?
thing we need to do is council's actually just passed it, so what we need you now to do is to reconsider that motion, to reconsider the omnibus as the first step, please.
Okay,
I'll
can so,
move that we reconsider the omnibus.
okay. Second. Thank you, Councillor Cotmell. Please vote to reconsider the omnibus motion.
We're just sending the vote out now.
Yeah.
We have all the votes, Mr.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And so
Now,
now, if Mr. Mayor, if you're okay, if we'll just say item 7.6 has now been selected by Councillor Principe.
Yeah.
And if council would like to deal with those together, that's absolutely okay.
okay, so we, 7.5, 7.6 both have been selected, and we will deal with them together. Is everyone okay with that?
So now if you could vote on the new omnibus, please?
Okay, so that's moved by Councillor Knack, seconded by Councillor Rutherford, right? Or was previously
So
as
moved.
was, yeah, okay.
Second.
Okay, thank you. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Now, can you read back what we have
Absolutely.
approved?
Maybe I'll do it differently this
Yeah.
time. So just to confirm, the items that council wishes to discuss today is 7.1 and 7.2.
Yeah.
Capital financial update and operating financial update. Both of those are going to be dealt with together.
Yeah.
7.3 has been selected for debate. 7.4 has been carried. 7.5 and 7.6 are both going to be cross-referenced, and
Yeah.
that's being dealt with by unanimous consent, both
Yeah.
related to the ski club. And 7.7 has been dealt with. And again, 9.1 has also been approved.
Okay, good. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Request to speak, none. Request for specific time on the agenda, none. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate, so Councillor Cartmell. Oh, yes, go ahead, Councillor Cartmell. Deal with 8.1 first, right?
Yep, thank you. I'll move first reading of item 8.1, bylaw 20271.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of bylaw 20271.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of bylaw 20271.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote for consideration of third reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20271.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Okay, can someone move to bring forward 8.2?
So moved?
Thank you, Councillor
Second.
Stevenson. Second by Councillor Salvador. Can't see your face. Okay, please, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So, Madam Clerk, I understand there's a very technical amendment to it,
Yeah,
right?
so the wording that we'd like to see is that bylaw 20158 receive first reading and amend that the word Carlton be deleted and /power after Sheldon be added to the bylaw.
Okay,
I've put it in the chat for the councillors.
okay, good.
So I'm happy to move that motion, Mr. Mayor, and just to speak very briefly to it, really appreciate our heritage team.
We need a seconder,
Oh,
sorry.
thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Second.
I'll go to Councillor Salvador for second, is her
Sure,
word.
thank you.
right? So,
Second.
Yeah, yeah, good. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Okay, great. You wanted to move it?
I think I heard Councillor Salvador move that one. I
It's
can second
okay.
it.
Sorry. Okay, we have a seconder, good. So, any questions? Any questions? None. To speak? No one to speak. Councillor, okay, sorry, Councillor Stevenson to close.
Oh, right, I'm closing.
You want to say a few words, right?
Sure, yes, happy to. Yep, sorry, I thought someone else was going to sign up to speak. Yeah, just want to say thank you to the Heritage team for bringing forward the great suggestion to make it the Sheldon Power residents to recognize Nancy Power, who is also a resident of this building. A great way to reflect a truer and more inclusive history of our city, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. All right, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And is for 3 readings. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, happy to move first reading of bylaw 20158.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of bylaw 20158.
Second.
There'll be consideration, right? A second, sorry. Okay, so please vote.
So just to confirm, the first reading was
Yeah.
first reading as
Yeah.
amended, then we did second reading.
Yeah, so
now
this
we're
will
on
be the consideration. This is consideration. Yeah.
Consideration,
Yeah, it is
apologies, consideration of third reading.
Yes, please. Consideration for third reading. Yeah, yeah.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20158.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. Please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. I'm sorry? Just hold on. Let me see. Yeah, just follow the order. Yeah, just follow the order. Okay, all right. Our first item is our 7.1 and 7.2 cross-referenced. And I understand there is a presentation, one combined presentation for both items, right? Yeah. Oh, sorry, not yet. Consular inquiries. Councillor Tang, you have one? There wasn't any, I think Councillor Jans has one because he gave us a notice, proper notice for one, right? So Councillor Jans, you want to make that inquiry?
I'm sorry, I'm having some technical connection at the moment. Please pass. I'll have to get back to you.
Okay, no worries. Okay. Reports to Delta different meetings, no request for a schedule report, none. Now we are into our first item. All right.
Good morning. Today we're here presenting the June 30th, 2022 operating and capital financial updates. Harm Rai, Deputy City Treasurer and Branch Manager, Financial Services, and Felicia Muthiardi, Corporate Economist, will present the update with me today. With us today also is Acting Director, Corporate Accounting and Reporting and Policy, Kent Bjornstad, to assist us with any questions. Administration shares these updates 3 times a year with Council, so you can understand our financial performance against our plans in the annual operating and capital budgets, as well as our financial projections for the remainder of the year. This regular reporting is part of our commitment to being accountable and open about the city's finances with Council and with Edmontonians. It also gives Council a solid understanding of our financial health to support their decision-making. As we plan and track our budgets on the best available information with an understanding that things may change throughout the year, and those things impact our results. The financial results that we present here to you today are based on what has happened to the end of June 30th and what might happen before year-end results. I'm pleased to report that we're currently projecting a variance of less than 1% of our $3 billion budget. While variances are to be expected, projecting this close to budget shows that we're managing our financial resources prudently. We are in a relatively healthy financial position, which is critically important as we approach deliberations in the new four-year budget cycle this fall, and the tough decisions that may come as part of that process. Next slide, please. Today, we'll start with an economic update with information on consumer inflation and building construction prices. We will then move on to provide the June 30th, 2022 capital financial update, which will touch on the budget cycle spend, significant capital project results, and a high-level review of debt. And we'll complete the presentation with an overview of the operating financial results for enterprise and utility programs and tax-supported operations, as well as an update on other specific reserves. To start off, I will turn things over to our corporate economist, Felicia Muthiardi.
Thank you, Stacey. Good morning. So the mid-year economic update that accompanied the June 30th operating and capital financial updates, it provided an overview of how select indicators have performed over the first half of this year, and it also included highlights from the city's latest forecast update. Now, compared to the last 2 years, the economy appears to be on stronger footing in some aspects, with employment growth gaining momentum and our region's unemployment rate dipping below 6%. However, since the start of the year, we have had to temper our expectations for growth, at least over the short term, because of high inflation and rising interest rates. On this chart, we have consumer inflation for the Edmonton Census Metropolitan Area, and it's based on year-over-year changes in the monthly consumer price index from January 2013 to July 2022. Now, it's clear that consumer inflation has been running high, reaching 8.5% in June, and then retreating ever so slightly to 7.6% in July. When we started seeing inflation pick up in spring 2021, price pressures are more concentrated in durable goods and energy. This has since evolved and pressures are broadening. What this means is that we can no longer say that inflation is concentrated in certain areas, as all major components of a typical consumption basket are experiencing price increases, with pressures even building up in some areas, according to provincial data. Next slide, please. The pandemic disrupted global supply chains, causing the price for intermediate goods to rise. Not only that, availability and delivery times have been affected, adding to an already unpredictable environment. Here we have the year-over-year change in quarterly building construction price indexes for the Edmonton Census Metropolitan Area. The light blue line refers to changes for residential structures, whereas the dark blue line is for non-residential structures. Now, my advice is to focus on how the changes have been performing as opposed to specific figures. The index is designed to be representative of how contractor prices have changed, but what is actually being experienced in the construction sector may lie on either side of these growth rates. Regardless, price growth has been very strong, which prompted the Bank of Canada to start raising its policy interest rate target. To date, there have been 4 increases this year. At the start of the year, the target rate was 0.25%, and as of their latest announcement this past July, the target rate was 2.5%. Now, higher interest rates are expected to temper demand, which should somewhat help to ease pressure on supply chains, at least domestically. It remains unclear as to how effective rising interest rates will be to address strong price growth for commodities that are impacted by global factors, like some energy commodities. As well, rate increases will take some time to work their way through the economy, which presents a challenge to us on 2 fronts. The first is strong price growth in building construction prices means a reduction in the purchasing power of our capital investment dollars. And the second is that the tolerance for tax increases may erode further. Higher prices for goods and services are already impacting spending decisions. Adding to that higher interest rates, spending decisions will be further impacted. As an example, households and businesses may need to allocate more of their budget towards debt repayment, which means even fewer dollars to spend in the economy, let alone to go towards any increased expenses. I will now turn things over to Harm to walk you through the capital and operating results.
Next slide. Thanks, Felicia. We'll start with the capital financial results as of June 30th, 2022. The capital report presents the June 30th, 2022 capital financial results, gives an update on significant projects and results against the 2019 to 2022 capital budget, and it includes an update on debt as well. Next slide. So we'll now go over some of the main highlights from the June 30th, 2022 capital financial update. This slide summarizes the total 19 to 2022 capital budget, including expenditures beyond 2022, and shows capital spent to date in the cycle compared to the previous cycle. As reflected in the left bar chart, the total approved 19 to 2022 capital budget is $7.3 billion for capital expenditures in the 2019 to 2022 timeframe, while the remaining $4.5 billion is for the period after 2022. As of June 30th, 2022, which is over 3/4 of the way through this 4-year budget cycle, the city has expended $4.1 billion of its capital budget, reflecting 56.7% of the $7.3 billion planned expenditures for this cycle, as shown in the middle bar. For comparison, at the same point in the previous 4-year cycle, the city had expended $3.5 billion, reflecting 58.5% of the planned expenditures for that period, which is shown on the right bar. The 2022 forecast assumes a significant amount of construction activity in the last 6 months of 2022. Based on historical trends, the city can expect that a portion of the projected expenditure and related budget will be carried forward into 2023 as well. Next slide. The June 2022 capital financial update reports on 70 capital profiles that are considered significant compared to 69 reported in December 2021, the last financial update. These 70 profiles represent 84% of the total approved capital budget. Overall, 7 new profiles have been added and 6 have been removed for a net increase of 1 profile compared to the previous December 2021 capital financial update. This report has added 7 new profiles listed on the slide that meet the definition of a significant profile that are greater than $20 million in total budget. 6 profiles have been removed since the last report, as the budgets are now below $20 million threshold for significant capital projects, or because the projects are substantially complete and in service. Details of these projects are included within the capital report. Next slide. The charts on this slide represent significant capital profile status, weighted by the project's approved budget relative to the total capital budget, and then compared to the previous reporting period, which in this case is December 2021. The left chart is budget status and the right chart is schedule status. The previous results are displayed alongside the current to visualize the trending of project status throughout the cycle. As indicated in the charts, 98.6% of the significant capital projects are reporting within an acceptable tolerance for budget, as you can see on the left, and 82.3% of the capital budget is reporting with an acceptable tolerance for schedule, as seen in the right. Projects within the gray or yellow status are considered to be within an acceptable tolerance. Red, yellow, and green project status are further explained in attachment 2 of the capital report. The red status for June 2022 in the budget chart, the chart on the left, relates to the Yellowhead Trail Fort Road Widening project, which is due to higher than estimated costs on the reconstruction of the CN Rail bridge structure, additional land purchases, and an increase in the scope of work related to the new Epcor water utility and roadway improvements along 66th Street between Yellowhead Trail and Fort Road. The red status for schedule is primarily made up of Valley Line Southeast and Transit Smart Fare System. Next slide. Moving on to debt, the city is currently subject to limits for both total debt and debt servicing by the Municipal Government Act. Debt servicing consists of the principal and interest payments on debt. The total MGA debt limit is 2 times the city's consolidated revenues, and the MGA debt servicing limit is 35% of those same revenues. As you will see in attachment 3 of the capital report, the city is well within these 2 limits. For 2022, the city anticipates to use 65.7% of its MGA debt limit and 35.4% of the MGA debt servicing limit. As you know, the city has its own more stringent internal debt management fiscal policy with 2 debt servicing limits. The city's total debt servicing is limited to 22% of the city's consolidated revenues, and the city's tax-supported debt servicing is limited to 15% of tax-supported revenues. For council today, we wanted to focus on the city's tax-supported debt limit as dictated by our debt management fiscal policy. This is what you're seeing on the slide in front of you. As highlighted in the capital investment outlook earlier this year, the city is close to reaching its own internal tax-supported debt limit based on forecasts for currently approved tax-supported debt-financed capital projects. Previous reporting in the capital investment outlook showed the city getting within 87% usage of this limit, which provided approximately $640 million in borrowing room for the next capital budget cycle. However, largely due to rising interest rates, the projected usage of this debt servicing limit has increased to 92.4% by 2026. Rates available to the city through the province have increased by 1.69% since December 2021, from 3.39 to 5.08% for 25-year fixed loan. This interest rate increase, combined with new projects council approved in the spring 2022 SCBA to be funded with debt, now only provides roughly $500 million in tax-supported debt room borrowing for the next cycle when considering the internal debt management fiscal policy tax-supported debt servicing limit. As discussed with council earlier this year, we will be bringing forward a revised debt policy later this fall in advance of budget deliberations. We are still in the preliminary stages of drafting the revised policy, so it's too early to comment on potential revised limits and whether these limits would provide greater flexibility to borrow. Regardless, council will be faced with difficult decisions in terms of meeting renewal needs and funding new capital projects with debt, and will likely have to make some tough trade-off decisions during the upcoming budget discussions. Next slide. We will now move on to operating. The operating financial report reflects the June 30th, 2022 year-to-date operating results and the year-end projected results compared to their approved budgets. I'll go through the enterprise and utility results and then cover tax-supported results before concluding with a quick overview of the balances in our key reserves. Next slide. Waste Services has a net $4.7 million favorable year-to-date variance as a result of lower contracted costs, as less volume was sent to landfill related to higher diversion rates, lower personnel costs due to seasonal and operational vacancies, and lower general service costs as a result of lower than anticipated organics processing costs, and lower tip fees and processing due to waste to biofuels facility plant shutdown. This is partially offset by lower utility rate revenue collected than anticipated. The utility is currently projecting a $10.2 million favorable budget variance at year-end as a result of these lower personnel costs due to seasonal and operational vacancies, and lower projected waste processing costs primarily due to minimal demand for refuse-derived fuel feedstock from the waste to biofuels facility, resulting in avoided tip fees and processing costs, which is partially offset by slightly higher costs related to the materials recovery facility. Land Enterprise is currently projecting a favorable year-to-date variance of $3.7 million and a year-end variance of $9.6 million due to land sales in 2022 that were budgeted for in different years within the 4-year cycle. Blatchford Redevelopment is currently projecting a favorable year-end variance of $2.2 million due to lower cost of land expenses as a result of delayed sales due to market conditions. Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility and all 3 CRLs are having no significant variances to report. Next slide. June's year-to-date results for tax-supported operations is $23.8 million, and the year-end projected position for tax-supported operations is a $24.4 million surplus. As Stacy mentioned, variances are to be expected, and this variance is less than 1% of the $3 billion tax-supported budget. A few items to note related to the June results. The approved budget for tax-supported operations in this report reflects the COVID 2022 adjustments approved by Council in November 2021. These are one-time adjustments for the 2022 operating budget to reflect the impacts of the pandemic. For 2022, the total corporate impact was estimated to be $96.7 million, comprising $8.6 million in reduced revenues and $16.1 million in additional costs related to the pandemic. The impacts were offset by one-time funding strategies totaling $96.7 million. Details of this adjustment are included within the operating financial update. The projections are based on June 30th, 2022 year-to-date results and other available information. the most significant item impacting the projected year-end tax-supported net position is the favorable budget variance within financial strategies. If you recall, the financial strategies budget is established at the start of the four-year budget to manage fluctuations and volatility within budgeted line items for items such as fuel and utility costs, and to provide budget flexibility for emerging items over the course of the four-year budget cycle. Financial strategies helps the city to manage this volatility and absorb any spikes in costs instead of having to increase property taxes over the course of the four-year budget. Administration has conducted a risk-based analysis of the potential emerging items and fluctuations within the operating budget for the remaining 6 months of the 2019 to 2022 budget and determined that approximately $38 million in funding is not required within financial strategies for the remainder of this budget cycle. This is only a one-time budget variance for 2022. The funds will remain in financial strategies on an ongoing basis to be considered as a part of the 2023 to 2026 proposed budget. This will help to support our financial health in the next budget cycle, particularly since we anticipate ongoing budget pressures due to the pandemic and other budget pressures as discussed in the 23 to 2032 operating investment outlook earlier this year. In addition to this variance, some of the other main factors contributing to the favorable variances include lower personnel costs due to unfilled vacancies in fleet and facility services, as well as other departments across the corporation, and in fire rescue services due to delays in the Windermere Fire Station project. These favorable personnel variances are partially offset with higher overtime for Edmonton Transit to cover workforce shortages due to sick time, long-term disabilities, and training delays caused by the pandemic, and higher overtime for fire rescue services due to unfilled vacancies. The personnel variance is equivalent to 0.2% of the overall tax-supported personnel budget. This continues to reflect the city's prudent personnel budgeting, and personnel vacancies historically have been fairly close to budget as well. Favorable variance due to higher than anticipated gas and Epcor franchise fees as a result of increased consumption for the first quarter of the year, mainly due to January being colder than anticipated. Fees can fluctuate throughout the year, so these are currently being monitored and may change as the year progresses. Lower LRT operating costs account for $4.6 million of the year-to-date variance and $2.3 million of the favorable projected year-end variance from budget. Higher than anticipated transit fare revenue compared to the ridership assumptions included in the COVID-adjusted budget. The 2022 original budget was adjusted to reduce fare revenues by approximately $54 million as a result of lower ridership in 2022 as the fourth wave of the pandemic suppressed ridership recovery. Overall, fare revenue was expected to recover to less than 65% of the pre-pandemic revenue in 2022. Ridership has recovered quicker than anticipated in 2022, resulting in higher than expected revenues. The unfavorable variances include higher than expected fuel costs, which are partially offset by fuel hedge contracts and unbudgeted fuel sales to Epcor. Lower on-street construction and maintenance permit revenues due to lower than expected industry demand. Lower grants in lieu of taxes revenue compared to the 2022 budget, which was estimated to be at $11 million, not collectible from the province for their properties. When the tax bylaw was set and actual billing sent to the province, it was determined that this would be closer to $14 million, resulting in an unfavorable variance of $3 million compared to their approved 2022 budget. And lastly, higher snow and ice control costs due to heavier snowfall and freezing rain in January to April. Next slide. So a final note on key reserves. The projected balance of the Financial Stabilization Reserve for 2022, based on the approved budget transfers from the reserve, is $120.7 million, which is above the minimum balance of $112.9 million, but below the target balance of $187.5. This balance does not reflect the projected year-end tax-supported surplus. The year-end projected balance for the Planning and Development Reserve is $38.1 million, which is above the minimum target of $16.3 million. The projected year-end balance of the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve for 2022 is a deficit balance of $6 million, below the minimum required balance of $1.8 million due to a continued decline of revenue. A detailed reserve schedule for 2022 is included within the report. Administration brought a report exploring options to address these challenges to Council on June 1st, 2022. Council directed administration to incorporate a strategy as a part of the proposed 23 to 26 operating budget to replace the projected revenue shortfall for the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve with funding from the tax levy phased in over 2023 to 2026. So service packages are being prepared for inclusion in the 23 to 26 operating budget for discussion. I'll hand it over to Stacy to close.
To summarize, our capital and operating financial updates show that the city is managing its financial resources prudently. The majority of capital projects are on schedule and on budget, and we're within the city's own conservative debt and debt servicing limits. We're projecting to finish the year with a positive variance of less than 1% compared to our operating budgeting. Finishing this close to budget with an overall $3 billion tax-supported operating budget is a reflection of sound fiscal management, especially in this time of rapid change. We've also been intentional and prudent about managing expenses during changing circumstances caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and other world events. As an organization, we have been scrutinizing our spending to produce to ensure that we're managing discretionary expenditures and potentially produce a surplus of budget funds that can be set aside in the Financial Stabilization Reserve to manage the volatility we expect over the next 4-year cycle. With that, we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Before we go to questions from council, I just want to know, is there anyone here from EPS as part of the delegation? Because there might be a number of questions to EPS, unless you are able to answer those questions, Stacey.
I don't believe there's anyone here from EPS. We can try and answer them.
Okay.
Or is there? Okay,
Yes, okay,
pardon
good.
me.
Okay, good.
Yeah, Inspector Johnson, EPS, in charge of traffic services, is present.
Okay, good. Thank you so much for that. Okay, this was exempted by Councillor Stevenson, right? And we need a motion on the floor for both items. Would somebody move the motion on the floor? I know Councillor Carton. No, sorry. I need to understand the process. Again, this is something new, absolutely something new. Someone who has exempted the item should move the motion, right?
So Councillor Stevenson selected the item for debate, so
Yeah.
I'd suggest you go to Councillor Stevenson first.
Okay.
And ask if she would be willing to put or if Councillor Stevenson would be willing to put the motion on the floor. And
Got
it
it.
could be to receive both items for
Okay,
information.
so Councillor Stevenson, are you prepared to do that?
Yes, happy to.
Move both items?
Yes, to receive for information.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. Second by Councillor Rutherford. So we have motions on the floor on both items. Now we can go into questions. And so Councillor Stevenson, you exempted this? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. You know, I actually felt that there was a lot of really great news in this. The transit ridership is obviously great. And also just that we, again, are within sort of 1% of our budgets. That's incredible for such a massive budget. So congratulations to everyone for that. The 38 million in FSR is also great to hear as well. I just want to start with Ms. Muthiardi. You know, really appreciate seeing some disaggregation of the employment statistics. So good to see that our youth employment is strengthening. And would love to continue seeing more of that disaggregated information so we have a fuller picture of what's happening in our community. Just wondering for your advice in terms of, we seem to be in this tricky situation where we are in an inflationary period. We'd normally want to hold back spending, but it sounds like from your report too, there is also a real risk of recession. So what advice do you have in terms of how we gauge our spending in that broader sense to help with the soft landing?
Thank you so much for that question. Unfortunately, that's something that's outside of my realm of expertise, just because when we're looking at the impact of government and even looking at our own strategies in the realm of an inflationary environment and also trying to manage risks, it's something that goes beyond my own analysis. So for this, I'll turn over to Ms. Papper and Mr. Rai to respond.
Well, yeah, and maybe to build on that too, just wondering if we do ever look at like a multiplier effect analysis of our budget to talk about how that strengthens the local economy. Yeah, just some thought there if that's something we've done in the past. And I ask because I think it can, if we are spending more in this budget and there's a higher tax impact, I think having that multiplier effect, talking about how that supports private development and the whole economy, I think can be helpful.
To my knowledge, I don't think we've done a multiplier effect, but I would have to go back and double check. I think for us, what's difficult is managing the expectations of the residents of Edmonton, particularly around the fiscal challenges that they're occurring in an inflationary environment, and balancing that with what potential impact we can have as a city in helping our economy grow. And so for us, we're trying to balance those things, and I would say we do that through understanding our financial health, through understanding our budget process, through engaging with citizens to really get a sense of what that tax tolerance is, and then looking at data. But I don't think that we have data on the multiplier.
No, that I appreciate that response. There are a lot of complexities there, and particularly, I mean, I think that's always been the challenge, is that spending during recession is great, but no one ever wants to cut back during inflationary periods because those expectations have been set. Okay, thank you for that. Just diving into a couple quick things on operations, and I'll come back for capital. I noticed that both the safe crossing and the community activation profiles were underspent. And my understanding that those are quite in-demand projects. So again, this is sort of that safer mobility. Just wondering if there's an explanation there in terms of why that occurred?
Councillor, it's Gord Sebrick. It's just a matter of timing. All of the work is programmed for the year, so it's more of a cash flow variance as opposed to not getting any work done. It will all work out throughout the course of the year as we deliver the projects and the work with the communities.
Perfect. That's great to hear. I'm so pleased. Also, just want to touch on us losing the Epcor fleet maintenance contract. Do we have a bit more context around why that happened, and are we seeking other groups that we can provide fleet maintenance to potentially?
So, Councillor, this contract was tendered in 2021. And Epcor chose to go with an external service provider. So over the course of the last 18 months, we've had a transition. We were able to maintain, there was a reduction in the number of resources that we have. We did that through attrition. We didn't have any layoffs, but we haven't gone out to seek alternate work, as this is something that was done over a period of time with Epcor as they transitioned from a city department to their own entity. We continued to serve them, and as they've evolved to their own entity, they've chosen to go to other providers for different pieces of their service.
Well, thanks. That seems to have mitigated the impact that could have, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just a few quick questions. First of all, I'd echo Councillor Stevenson's comments about less than 1% variance on this big a budget is pretty good. So kudos to administration. And thank you for the comments around the updated debt policy coming. So I'll save some of those questions for later in the calendar year. I have one question though about that attachment, the last page, which lists debt obligations by project. So that's page 8 of 8 of attachment 3. And top of the list is Valley Line Southeast. Now that's a P3 project. Can you just summarize again just what our obligations are on that? So are the values shown in this table our obligations of the operating dollars that we would pay once the line is operating, or is there another debt service piece that we're required to meet?
So Councillor Cartmel, so that's it's a combination of actual tax supported debt we have for that project, in addition to the obligation that's being built up with the P3 contractor. So the financing that they're providing over the construction period, that's a part of the obligation as well, and then the ongoing payments that are going to be after it comes into service. So it's a building obligation.
And what was the amount of the tax supported debt? And is that part of the design and construction work?
I'd have to get back to you exactly on what the amount of the tax-supported debt was, but I'll look into that and get back to you.
I'm curious what that, so yeah, a follow-up email or a memo, I'm just curious about what the breakdown is in tax-supported debt versus debt that's being carried by the contractor. And this would be a total of all of that obligation, is that?
Correct.
That's right, okay. I'm wondering, there was some mention here that one of the things we're trying to do with our upcoming 4-year budget plan is maintenance renewal work, and and that has usually been our emphasis, is to try to do that first, and the growth kind of follows. I think what, not to put words in your mouth, but the comments around rather limited debt service room speaks to how much growth we can add, because I think that we try to do most of that maintenance and renewal work on a pay-as-you-go basis or with supports from the provincial government. Do I have that breakdown more or less correct?
That's correct. We do fund a significant portion of our renewal through our pay-as-you-go funding. If there are significant renewal investments that we do anticipate for 23 to 26, we could consider debt financing for those projects as well for significant renewal.
Have we had any conversations with the provincial government? There's, this, and perhaps it's anecdotal, but this ongoing theme that there's going to be a bit of a bonanza in surplus dollars at the provincial level, at least for the next few years. Have we had any conversations around perhaps one-time funding in addition to their normal supports that would go directly to maintenance and renewal of our asset base? Has that come up at all?
So we've had, over the years, not specifically recently, we've had conversations about the importance of the fiscal framework to the city in terms of having a funding source that is less constrained, that allows us to deal with our renewal pressures. To date, we've had some engagement on local government fiscal framework, but it's really been focused around the mechanism of how that works, and less around any sort of discussion around increasing that funding.
Well, I just wonder if there's, in the past, when there's been excess dollars available, they've typically looked for one-time spending that they can do. And of course, often that one-time spending is growth projects that become ongoing obligations for us. I'm just wondering if perhaps this time around, the one-time spending could help us with our deferred maintenance backlog. Perhaps that's rhetorical, but I would be interested in having that conversation.
So we can always engage in that conversation. I would say in the past, we've typically seen them want to spend money. We've typically seen other orders of government want to spend money on growth rather than renewal.
On ribbon cutting stuff.
That's correct.
Yeah. Last question, if I have time, just very quickly. The planning and development reserve is in a much healthier place than it's been in last reports. Perhaps just a bit more on that. Thank you.
Councillor Cartmel, that's because of a number of reasons, one of which is within the department we've been finding more efficient ways to be able to deliver the service, but there also has been increased demand, building demand in our industry as a result of the number of new home starts and industrial development.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Hamilton.
I'll be succinct with my questioning. The thing that stood out to me was the savings in personnel costs, and I think that's one time. I think that's fair to say. But I was curious, sort of, and perhaps the question for Ms. Padbury is, what's your best advice in terms of that, I'm going to say, one-time savings that's been found? Because I imagine that in subsequent years it will, I mean, there's ebbs and flows with personnel costs, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So I would say that many of the explanations around in the various areas that we're seeing around personnel are sometimes due, like it's often due to timing. So a delay in an opening of, for example, the Windermere Fire Station pushes back and creates a personnel variance on a one-time basis. We're also seeing, though, variances as a result of increased long-term disability that may or may not be impacted by the pandemic. And so I think we'll need a little bit of time, and that's some of the work that we're doing now. And we do through the 4-year budget is trying to see what the stabilized personnel numbers are and whether we adjust those things through our discounting.
And that was one of my sort of outstanding concerns, because I want to say over the past 5 years, I've seen us try and slice the pie different ways. And this is, I think, one of the few times I've seen a huge sort of gap between projected and actual in terms of personnel costs. But I'm wondering if there's been a learning for the organization in terms of some of those long-term efficiencies that have been realized, or if council should sort of be wary of maybe some, I'm going to say, future shoe drops, so to speak, if we might see, I guess maybe answer the first question on efficiencies realized. Or if you can say at this point.
So maybe if I could just back up one step to the difference between the year-to-date and the projected, I think one of the things to keep in mind is that we are, these are the year-to-date would be the June 30th projections, and there is some seasonality to the personnel, specifically around the areas that ramp up for the summer. And so we don't necessarily see the impact to that until the third quarter. So that gap, we expect that gap to close in the third quarter. In terms of efficiencies, I think like we've now built that into, or we've been building that into the process. And so part of our financial management, and I'll maybe look to see if Ms. Armstrong's online, is making sure that we have significant controls around the hiring of staff so that when we're managing vacancies, we're ensuring that we're hiring for a position that is necessary, and we're looking to redistribute work or different ways of staffing different positions to be able to capture those efficiencies over time. But different areas of the city have to address that differently based on the nature of their workforce and the work that they do.
I am here. Thanks, Stacey. I thought you said that extremely well. So we do have a position vacancy management program ongoing at the city right now, which means positions that are vacant for over 6 months, every single one of them is reviewed by senior HRBPs and eventually actually at the ELT table to see whether that position, if it's been vacant for a long period of time, could be repurposed, whether we need to hold the vacancy or not. And so it's something that we're actively monitoring. We did, as you may recall in previous years, reduce those vacant positions fairly significantly when we had some budget challenges that we needed to work with. In terms of the LTD, we will be able to provide you with a more comprehensive analysis of LTD claims year over year and broken down, for example, by jurisdiction, by union, to see whether there are trends and what we can attribute them to. So I can commit to bringing that information forward over the course of the upcoming budget process.
Okay, and that's, I think, a really good discussion to have sort of at the onset of that process. All right, that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name, Mathurdy? Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Mathurdy?
Yes.
Okay. I think just sort of going back to Councillor Stevenson's questions in regards to sort of getting advice or recommendation on sort of the best approach to take with inflationary pressures. Is it better to, from an economic perspective, is it better to sort of scale back on what we're spending and try to maybe build up those reserves a bit more, balance the budget, or is it best to, go forward, maybe even accelerate spending, create the jobs, put the money back in the economy?
So I'll start first in terms of how this is being presented from an economic standpoint. Then I'll turn things over to Ms. Padbury to speak to it from a budgeting and financial standpoint. In terms of the the pressures of high inflation, this is something that's being raised for us to be cognizant of, just because we're in an environment where inflation is running very high, unemployment rate is coming down, but at the same time, the way that price pressures have been evolving is unsustainable, and it presents a risk in terms of a pullback in economic activity. In terms of job creation or any investment dollars, something to be mindful of is that this isn't one that that encompasses the entire economy. When we're looking at multipliers, it is very much focused on the change in final demand as a result of those dollars, as opposed to the net impact this will have across all the other sectors. So when it comes down to our investment, there is the support for jobs, but what may come forward in terms of aggregate numbers, even numbers at the sector level, may not necessarily correspond, just because there are other players in the playground, so to say. So with that, I can turn things over to Stacey if you wanted to speak to the financial standpoints.
Maybe the only thing that I would add is, at this point in time, it's not our intention to bring a budget that scales back spending. It's our intention to try and balance the need to continue to provide the city's services in an efficient and effective manner with the need to manage how tax rates grow and impact residents in the future. And so we're not really looking at it from the perspective of, should we cut the budget or should we spend to increase the economy? We're looking at balancing the maintenance of those services and how we grow in the future to be able to respond to the inflationary impacts.
Okay, thank you. And I'm also wondering, historically, how has the city managed, I'm thinking back to the 80s when inflation and interest rates were terrible.
I'm just trying to recall back to one of the earlier presentations that we had. I think in those years when inflation goes up, what we've had in the past tried to do is manage that impact with revisions to service levels. And I'd have to go back and check that, because you're asking for information from about 20 years back. But we did, I think throughout the province, spending was cut. I just I'm not 100% clear and don't have the information in front of me on what the city's response was. But I know we undertook large-scale efforts to certainly mitigate expenses in the form of different restructurings over time.
And yeah, I'm just wondering, did those strategies work at that time, or do we need to look at something different?
Yeah, Councillor Wright, I think if you're going down the line of questioning of what did the city do in previous, there was large-scale cuts in government spending, which had an impact that we're still seeing today in terms of the infrastructure deficit and the large cost of renewal that the city has had to fill the gap over the last 10 to 15 years as a result of that. So I think if your line of questioning was, as we go forward with increased inflation, does the city still have a role in terms of spending to take care of the infrastructure that we have, as well as a role in terms of job creation in the many programs that we deliver, as well as the infrastructure projects that we deliver? I think, yes, you're correct, that there's a balance there that administration needs to think through as we bring forward your next 4-year budget.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I would like to start to say thanks to the administration, because the improvements on the reporting, and I really significant. I think it's for those reports this time provided and very easy to read, and specifically details under variance explanation, and I think that's reduced lots of questions, and thank you for that. So my first question about date updates, and specifically related to the tax-supported date net increase. So in the report, and then under page 73, and we are talking about 634 million from 2021, so that is net increased. And then also we talk about 687 million tax supported debt increase, and all those debts increase is already covered by existing tax increase for 2022, right?
So I would answer this yes, but. So yes, every time we've had an approval of a capital project, we've had the tax-supported debt. Certainly what you've done is you've approved the debt be added to the tax levy. Oftentimes, though, the way the construction works is we don't borrow that for a number of years. And so while it's there, we make adjustments in each budget cycle for changes in interest rates. So there is some exposure in the future to changes in interest rates.
Yes, I saw that in the report. Thank you for that. And specifically, is there any impact? And then in the reports, we talked about 687 million tax support debt and impact 2023-26 tax rate. And is there any
So we're still
projection?
working through that as part of the budget.
So we don't know at this point.
We don't know at the point of this report. That's correct.
However, the net increase is already approved at this point, right? The net increase is already approved.
If you haven't actually approved anything yet for 2023 to 2026.
But for the 2022, for the $687 million already approved.
Yeah, so the base is already approved.
Okay, thank you for that. So next question is about attachment 2. We specifically have the 560% difference for this schedule delay regarding parking technology. So the reason for this delay, and then in the report indicated, is due to the delayed RFP. So can you tell me exactly what does that mean? Is delay because the percentage is so high, like 560%? Does that mean like 3 years or 5 years or 6 years delay?
So, Councillor, it's Gord Sebrick speaking. In terms of the delay, the bulk of the work is done, and this is related to the automated enforcement component around the parking. We are waiting for the approvals from the province to execute on delivery of that. The work is largely done. It's just that we're in a position where we can't actually start doing the automated enforcement until we have the approval from the province. So we have been pursuing that.
Okay, so we don't know the specific years, how many years will be delayed?
It would be a 2 years since we've actually had everything completed, but working with the province, we've had to work with them in terms of getting that approval, and they haven't given us that approval yet.
Okay, next question on the page 5, attachment 3, and specific talk about the risk for, let me get to my documents here. I understand, and then based on province strict criteria for that credit review process, and any risk for the debts increased, and then compared to 2021, so how much impact could put on the tax rate for the next budget cycle?
I'm not sure. Could you just maybe rephrase that? I'm not sure I understand.
So
maybe, Councillor, maybe come for second round, if you don't mind.
Yes. Oh, yes, I noticed my time is out.
Okay, good. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Yeah. Councillor Tang.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll start with the economic outlook, and then I might come back for some specific questions on the attachment. But echo the comments from my colleagues. I thought, I don't know, for whatever reason, maybe just I haven't been here a bit longer, I thought this time reading through the reports, a lot more of it sank in. And I guess I'll start with the 1% or close to 1% variance. How does that compare to past cycles kind of around this time? I'm just wondering if that's the norm.
Like, if we look back 10 years, I would say that it ranges between running slight deficits to running up to, I think, maybe 1.5%. As a variance, and often the variance is entirely dependent on what kind of weather we have. In years where they, like snow, if there's very little or very favorable weather, we can run an surplus in snow, and if there's unfavorable weather, we run a deficit.
Fair enough. So we're kind of in the middle of the range there, so that's good to hear. I was wondering for Ms. Mutiardi, I just have two questions. I was more out of curiosity. So the stronger growth in part-time position due to some of the specific service sectors, is that right? I think there was mention of social service and healthcare.
Yes, so in a way, when you think about part-time employment, it performing more strongly than full-time employment. It was when we're looking at the labor market at its weakest point through the pandemic to it gaining momentum in terms of recovering lost jobs and whatnot. Certain services producing sectors perform much more strongly, like thinking about accommodation and food services as one, where there typically is a higher proportion of workers who work part-time as well in certain facets of the trade sector, like retail trade. When you're trying to pair the sector performance with that split between full-time and part-time work, it's a bit fuzzy just because we don't get that level of detail. So it's kind of looking at it in terms of segments, looking at how different sectors have performed, and then also looking at that split between full-time and part-time work.
Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of curious because this is in comparison to 2019 pre-pandemic, but these positions don't come with stability or benefits, and there's a lot more, I don't know, movement. So I was sort of thinking of, and I guess I'm just more curious about how that might have as maybe a longer impact on the economy as a whole. I'm not sure what my question is, but that just kind of raised a bit of a flag for me. And then my other question, that section around the breakdown of participation rate by age group, we don't know if those are full-time or part-time. They're just employment in general, right? Okay.
That is correct. We don't know.
And then you had this comment around more pronounced among males for a couple of the age group, and I'm wondering if you can just offer a bit more insight on the gender analysis here.
Yeah, so going to the question, 2 questions back around some of the long-term impacts when we're looking at stronger growth in part-time employment versus full-time employment, there is a potential income impact. But at the same time, the labor market has evolved. There's been enough of a shift over the last, let's say, a year and a half, wherein you have individuals who are working part-time who would prefer to work full-time, but just don't have the opportunity to. And based on what I've been reading and what Statistics Canada has been releasing, is that share of part-time workers has started to come down. In terms of the impacts around the gender disparity, and participation rates, it could very well be reflective of the differing performances across sectors. There tends to be more males employed in certain goods producing sectors, and whereas for certain services producing sectors, there tends to be a greater share of females who are employed. So that could also speak to that split. But at the same time, our participation rate doesn't necessarily mean we can't quite connect the dots between whether a person is participating in the labor market and is employed and where they may be employed. We just don't have that level of detail.
But yeah, thank you so much. That kind of, I feel like it's a little bit tied to that, your commentary earlier about certain sectors and I can see how perhaps some of those are more dominated by females. Anyways, thank you very much. I'll come back.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you so much. One of the answers to the last question actually raised a question for me. So if our variances are really reliant on weather, have we explored an operations reserve where, for example, if there is surplus in snow from one year, rather than it going back into the general fund, it can roll into a reserve?
So over the years, we've looked at a number of different things. I would say what you're, rather than creating a separate reserve, where we have typically landed is in the risk-based review of the thresholds of the financial stabilization reserve. That's where we incorporate that. So we do that risk-based approach that we take to determining what should the balance of the FSR be, includes things like operational impacts of snow and ice.
Okay. Okay, that helps answer the question. And I was going to speak to this, but I think I'm going to phrase it in a question as per some of my other colleagues. And so this is one of the things that I felt was missing in the report around the economics was sort of the wage story. So I wanted to know if you could speak a little bit to that, because my understanding is while our unemployment rate has gone down, our wages that we're creating are some of the lowest in the country for jobs. Net new jobs. Is that correct? Is my understanding correct?
Unfortunately, I don't have any information for the Edmonton region as to what what the wage rate for any new positions being created. What we do have is an aggregate for average weekly wages for the Edmonton region. So it doesn't quite speak to how different sectors are performing and whether or not, individuals who were previously unemployed and are now employed, what that difference was between the wages that they're receiving now versus when they were previously employed. But what I can say is that from that aggregate level, average weekly wages have been lower on a year-over-year basis consistently since May 2021. And that could be because of the changes in how the average weekly wage rate is calculated. For those who were unemployed, they are effectively not counted in that wage rate, that wage calculation. And what we saw through the peak of the negative impacts of the pandemic on the labor market, there was a disproportionate negative impact on many services producing sectors. And comparatively, they tend to pay lower wages than in certain goods producing sectors. So there are just some shifts happening in terms of that wage rate, but unfortunately we don't have that information in terms of any individuals who were previously unemployed and employed and what they are currently being paid.
Do we ever collaborate with the social planners within the City of Edmonton or the Edmonton Social Planning Council to get some more of that like social context to economic impacts?
There is some collaboration in terms of what is available and what we can glean from this in terms of how this may be impacting some underlying trends. But unfortunately, it's just difficult to connect the dots between the two just because of the nature of when the information is released.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But we do know, like, for example, market basket measure or living wage. And we know, for example, that living wage is calculated based on a certain amount of hours worked per week. So if we're seeing an uptick in part-time, we could also make some general assumptions that likely more people are not making living wage. And the reason I ask this is because I think it's really important for us as a council to know this context going into any budgetary decisions on tax increases.
So I would say this is where we do consider things like this. So in terms of working through that, as part of the budget process, we look at those types of things. As part of Ms. Muthiardi's financial economic update, she looks only at the data that she has access to. And so if the data sets don't tell us a certain story, we will work collaboratively in administration to see what other information is available and determine how that affects the city's policy and the city's budget practices. So we take a bit of a deeper look, but the reports that come with this report are more around the data-centric economic forecast going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to confirm, or maybe I can ask administration and they can delegate it if they like. Is it normal that the police have a 5.4 or a deficit in general? Is this common? I believe the deficit is 5.4 million, but Is this sort of a variance around this time of year normal?
So I'm going to allow police to speak to that, but I'm just going to draw your attention back to the budget decisions made, the suspension of the formula, and then when the formula was in place, the police would use their reserve to cover a deficit. And now that that formula is suspended, this will be the first time that you're seeing a reserve, this is the first time you'll see the interplay between those two things, but I'll pass it over to the gentleman.
Maybe if I can ask a question then, is there a reserve policy for the police?
It was nested within the funding formula.
So there was a policy that the police should have a reserve of a certain amount, and and then when the formula was suspended, that also suspended the reserve policy?
The police specific one, yes.
Yeah, I understand a couple of years ago, the library was cut $2 million, and that's I'm not sure what percentage that is of their operating budget. As I know, the $5 million is a very small percentage of the police's broadly their operating budget. So considering that decision was made to suspend the formula well over a year ago, I guess I'll just flag for concern that I would like to hear more from the commission about what sort of fiscal accountability and measures are being brought into play. But I'm sorry, I have a second question as well too, and I just want to flag quickly a couple of other delays that are concerning. The downtown district energy is delayed 71%. The parking control technology is delayed 560%. The streetlight conversion to LEDs is delayed 48%. And the transit smart system fare is delayed 29%. So I just wanted to make note of those that that I had concern as I was reading the report.
So,
I'm not sure if there's someone from Edmonton who'd like to respond.
Sure, I can take each of those. So I referenced earlier about the parking technology. So the work is largely done, and the activation of the automated enforcement component is awaiting provincial approvals. In terms of the smart fare, we are very close.
Can I interject right there? So if that's the case, I think we as a council, and this might be a subsequent for the mayor, this is something that will save us time, will save us money, will offer predictability and fairness to Edmontonians. I think we need to be a little more animated about that in terms of if this government wants to cut red tape and help municipalities find efficiencies, here's a real easy one right there in front of them. Take that as on us.
Okay, we would welcome any support we can get in terms of moving the province forward on this.
And I'm sorry to cut you off. Did you want to respond to the other pieces?
Yes. So in terms of the other projects that you had mentioned, the Smart Fair is very close to launching. We are working with a vendor to basically complete some of the work that was identified during the pilot phase, and that was the purpose of the pilot phase, was to identify any potential shortcomings with the system. So it is very close to launching, but rather than launch and have issues that would impact our ridership or our customers, we chose to extend the pilot phase to give time to correct some of those deficiencies. In terms of the other project, the street lighting, that is underway. We did have a number of different issues over the course of this budget cycle with respect to delivery and resource capacity of some of the equipment. We will complete all of the work, but some of that will be carried over into the next budget cycle. We won't complete everything in 2022, but we would in 2023.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. And just really one specific question around cost escalation. In particular, wondering how we'll be updated on anticipated cost escalations for any approved capital projects. And I'm just reflecting back, and I'll use 50th Street grade separation as an example, where we were seeing those really significant constraints and escalations on price and availability of materials were challenges as well. How will we be informed of any anticipated escalations?
Councillor, the process really depends on the project, and so as much as possible, we will be looking to bring updates as part of the 23-26 capital budget, informing on some of the major initiatives and as they reach different milestones. But there are other ways that we can bring the information forward, but as much as possible, we're trying to be proactive in this case. I don't know if Ms. Padbury has anything to add.
No, I think you'll see that we tend to flag those things as part of the supplementary capital adjustment processes combined with this report. So there's a number of opportunities that we bring those forward in a year.
Okay, and yeah, I guess just a follow-up question looking towards that 4-year budget. Is there any way to, I guess, factor in that uncertainty and elevated risk that we're experiencing right now related to escalation?
On the capital side?
Yes.
Are you asking about factoring that into our funding?
Yes.
I think you factor it, so we wouldn't allocate funding for things that we are not certain about, but I think this is why it's important as part of the capital process to not overextend your reliance on debt, to not approve all of your, or to not approve in excess of your pay-as-you-go, or and to really sort of manage the expectations around growth going forward in order that we have the fiscal flexibility to be able to address those things when they arise.
Councillor, if I may, I would just add that that is one of the reasons we go through the project development and delivery model, and that it is to ensure that we have enough information before we bring forward the request for funding.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair, please?
Got the chair.
I just want to follow up on that question because at the Capitol, there was a carryover from the previous budget cycle, and there'll be carryover from this budget cycle to the future budget cycle, billions of dollars. And my question is related to capacity to deliver, right? Yes, we are on budget targets, you're monitoring that. The schedule targets, you monitor that. But how do you figure that out into all the money that'll be carried over? Then we add more projects to the list, if we do part of the next budget cycle. At what point we think, okay, well, maybe we need to kind of pause and think of delivering all these projects first before we go into new projects?
So I think it's a mix of a lot of different things. So we have some major transformational projects that are that have been ramped up over the last few years. So Yellowhead, Terwilliger Drive. We have, of course, the LRT, that are moving forward with multiple expansion and renewal. And so we have created capacity within the team, and we are seeing that with the industry as well, supporting all of those major initiatives. And so in our capacity to deliver, we are meeting those expectations and being able to ramp up as is required for the city.
Okay. And so the projects that we kind of envision, do they start on the time that we envision them to be started? For example, the Rolling Miles comes into mind, right? Just one example. Mm-hmm. If we say it's going to start in 2025 or 2026, would it start in 25-6, or would it be pushed back because we have all this backlog of already approved projects?
I don't think that from a capacity perspective we would have issues. It could be more on the funding side.
Got it. Good. Okay, that's good clarification. Thank you for that. On the inflation, and thank you so much for giving us that perspective on pressures on households and the tolerance for taxes into the future, but also inflation is impacting our capacity as well because we have higher cost on projects. So how do you balance that? On one hand, you want to make sure that you're mindful of people's ability to pay. On the other hand, we have a city to run, and we have a very ambitious agenda from Edmontonians to implement. Right. So, in that context, my question is related to variances in personnel costs. Do we do that analysis at a point where we say, okay, well, these positions don't need to be filled anymore, as I think that's what we do, but then shifting those resources to new realities or new work that needs to be done, and maybe shifting that towards some of the unfunded service packages that will be coming for consideration. Just trying to understand that, do we do that kind of analysis, or we start doing that kind of analysis? We're saying, we have this much money in these many positions, and instead of determining whether they need to be filled, maybe using those resources for new positions.
So I'll start, and then I'll ask Ms. Armstrong to come in. But we do absolutely look at the positions like that and where we have capacity, and we shuffle positions and we swap for different funding. I would just say, though, that across all of the operations of 13,000 employees, unless you make a decision to stop a service, those shuffling around, they're done from an efficiency perspective, but they don't yield large savings.
Okay.
They yield incremental savings, which we capture and roll into the budget. But for you to really make a difference in resource allocation, you actually also have to make a decision on service delivery.
Got it. So there's some room, but big changes. How we look at some of the things that we should be not doing or doing more. So thank you for that. On the, I'm coming close to the end of my time. I have a number of questions on EPS capital and their equipment. So maybe I'll stop here and I'll move the second round.
Second.
Please vote on a second round of questions. And
We have all the votes.
please display the vote. And that is carried, and I return the chair.
Okay. Thank you so much, Councillor Hamilton. Okay, now we are into second round, and Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks so much. Yeah, my main question around capital was touched on by Councillor Salvador. So, yeah, I guess I'm a bit concerned to know that some of the updated pricing might not be coming to us until a supplementary budget process. I think that this fall, if there's a project that's, let's say, $100 million, and then 3 other projects at $30 million, and we decide to go with the $100 million project instead of the 3 smaller ones, and then in the spring find out that the $100 million one is actually $150 million, I think that really changes the equation in terms of what we might have decided in the fall. So I appreciate that's a really challenging question, but wondering if there are ways that we can work through that.
Councillor Stevenson, the first questions would be, when you're approving the project, at what point in the PDDM are they? And so I think those are things that we want to make sure that are under considerations. We have capacity to approve projects in steps, and so to take that into account as you're looking at your overall decisions. But then, of course, we do our best to provide that order of magnitude, and we are looking to build into our estimates an understanding of the environment that we're in, but it is very uncertain at this point in time. But I think Ms. Padbury wants to add.
Yeah, the only other thing that I would add is so when we bring you forward information in the fall in the budget, that is the best information that we have available at that point in time. We use these other reports to update that information and to signal we'll come forward at the supplementary capital with anything that's emergent, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that you will see reports come to you outside of the cycle because there are emerging issues that need to be addressed as a result of inflationary pressures. And so it's not that we would only constrain ourselves to here, it's that in the past we've typically been able to do that. If we had to come and tell you about an issue, we would come and tell you about an issue.
Okay, great. And I think for me, I'd love to have that information, especially thinking of some of those projects that are at checkpoint 4, where we're getting bids back that are maybe coming in higher just due to the inflation. That to me is really, really critical information. So I appreciate that. Just a quick clarification. Again, first of all, we need to applaud how many projects are on time and on budget. It's always really, really impressive. And when we say on budget, is that the original approved budget or the adjusted original approved budget?
It's the adjusted budget.
It is the adjusted budget. And do we ever do any analysis between that original approved and and adjusted?
We do analysis internally related to that, but since the adjusted budget is approved by council, it is based on the fact that the scope or other reasons have pushed that adjusted budget.
Yeah, you know, I think that just for my own benefit, and maybe as I'm here longer, I start to see some of that. But I think having an understanding of the approved budget and the sort of patterns and adjustments could be helpful to have as well. I'm just mindful of time. Actually, yeah, this is pretty quick. And I apologize. This seems like a very basic question, but we've only spent 56% of the approved budget. From what I understand, so of this $7.3 billion, we've spent $4.1 billion. Can you just walk me through like why it's not 100% of the previously approved 4-year capital budget?
Again, a pretty complex question. So there are numerous reasons behind it. There are large projects that have a cash flow that goes beyond the 4 years, and so that would be taken into account. There are projects that have been approved with a cash flow that may not reflect the reality of what we're able to deliver in this, as we build the program and we deliver over time. And so we are in the last year of the capital cycle, which tends to be a significant year for us, and so we should see an important spending in 2022.
Okay, and does that signal though that there will be like leftover that we can roll over? Like, does that increase some of our space in the next 4-year budget?
Yeah, so what we do so potentially, I would say it that way, potentially. And so we won't have the data when we come forward in the budget this fall on the carry forwards for the following year. So carry forwards ultimately is something that gets rolled into the supplementary adjustment process. But each time we carry forward, we finish off projects, we carry forward the budget, we look for any releases and repurpose that back to pay as you go.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. So I heard over and from my constituents talk about how much debt our city has. I really want to go back to the question at first round, and in terms of tax-supported capital debt increase. So compared to 2021, and the interest rate increased double, and from 2.5% to 4.99, almost 5%. And so what I can say, this impact could fall under the tax increase for the next budget cycle. So do we have any analysis or mitigation strategy and how we address this interest rate to impact our debt increase?
So I'll start with saying that where we have already borrowed our money, our interest rates are fixed at the time of borrowing. So for anything that we've borrowed in the past, there's no exposure to interest rate changes. The exposure lies on future spending. So where we haven't completed a project and therefore have not borrowed. So that mitigates the risk that we're dealing with somewhat, but it is significant. So as part of the budgeting process that we're doing this year, we're looking carefully at the cash flows, the timing of those expenditures, making sure that we address any potential increases in tax-supported debt servicing that come from interest rate increases in the future into this particular budget cycle.
Okay, thank you. My next few questions related to the operating budget update. Specifically, we talk about the financial strategy and the financial stabilization reserve. And then it's good news we have surplus for the operation. COVID-19 mentioned in the reports for the longer term financial impact, and we are considered and to through these two financial strategy and then these two funding sources. And so my question is, and all this surplus right now we projected, and for this year, 2022, will be added to these two funding sources, right?
So the financial state, so the surplus, not that we project, but that we actually experience at the end of the year gets added to the financial stabilization reserve.
So only one funding source.
Yeah, so financial strategies is a source, it's part of the operating budget, and so we use that to mitigate risk, and it can potentially help with tax levy increases, but it's not an account in and of itself. It is a program within the budget.
So we will increase that by $38 million and outline is the report, right?
No, what the report is saying is that on the basis of the budget that we're holding in financial strategies, there is $38 million of it that we may not need this year. And so that forms part of the surplus that will then go into the FSR, but it's a part of that larger number.
It's a part of, oh, that's wonderful. Okay, thank you for that clarification. So we have the 5 areas in our city actually have unfavorable spending. So does those spending, unfavorable spending, and as a result of the delay on schedule? Or is there anything we could to balance some unfavorable spending and at the year end, at the end of this year? And because right now we're just provided the first 6 months update.
So unfavorable spending as a result of,
Yes,
I'm just not sure I understood that last part.
And because I try to look at is this result as the schedule delayed, and then is results as the other reason, if it's other reason, and is there any mitigation strategy we can apply, and in the last 6 months, and for this year, and at the year end, we can see some improvements from unfavorable spending and move to the favorable spending.
Okay, so for the ones that are unfavorable, I think it depends on what you're looking at. So in terms of, for example, grants in lieu of taxes revenue, we know that there's nothing that we can do to adjust that number before year end. Something like snow and ice control will be heavily dependent on weather. Where we see projected unfavorable variances, we do our best to try and mitigate the extent of that unfavorable variance, but it largely depends on whether the item is within our control or out of our control.
Okay, thank you. That's my
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang?
Thank you very much. Lots of great questions already asked, so I have some outstanding ones. First with the capital, and then I might need one more round for operating. So labor shortage comes up, I think, in various places, but it wasn't flagged as a major risk compared to inflation and supply for the capital project. So I'm wondering, is not a risk at this point? Because it is very consistently, I'm hearing that from so many business sectors.
Councillor, we are certainly dealing with the industry, looking at those challenges, and labor shortages can be associated to higher costs to deliver a project, and so through the inflation, or it can just be looking at working with the industry to find the best time to do it. And so we haven't found that it's been a specific challenge related to our projects, but we are working collaboratively to ensure that it doesn't become one.
Great, thank you. And then I guess I'm just curious, so how come financial and corporate services and boards and commissions have more capital needs than, say, community services? Or is my understanding, like with all the rec centers, that would fall under ISS? I guess just a clarifying for how I read those charts.
Sorry, can you specify which charts you're referring to?
I think this would be, actually, you know what, I'll come back because I'm mindful of time. In attachment 2, page 13, when it comes to renewal, like the facility renewal, and you say opportunities to improve energy efficiency, et cetera, I was curious if you can elaborate on some of these opportunities and any opportunities, say, retrofitting.
Absolutely. So any renewal that is undertaken, especially on the facility portfolio, is undertaken with the perspective of what can we do to improve the energy efficiency of the building and reduce its GHG emissions. And so that is weaving like as part of the projects, and it's per the sustainable building policy, which is now the climate resilience policy. And so there are some specific objectives related to that have been built into the program, but we are looking at every opportunity as we do the work.
I was actually pretty happy to see that line. And then page 17 around the technology enhancement and growth. I was curious, where does Enterprise Common land? Would that not be part of this portfolio?
I would say Enterprise Commons. So the Enterprise Commons is a separate project under, it's further down on page 19 of 25, I believe.
Okay.
So it lands separately, but the technology growth is something that we use to plan the growth of technology, but similar to what we do with the rest of the capital profiles, when there is a single large profile that requires more than a threshold of funding, it then becomes its own project.
Okay, I see.
And I can answer your other question.
Sure, go ahead.
So in those tables in the back, you'll see them sorted by integrated infrastructure services, community services,
Right,
financial and
exactly.
corporate services. The reason, so the majority of the city's owned constructed projects like rec centers, while their genesis might be in community services, once the project's approved, it's under IAS to manage. And that's why then in financial and corporate services, you see things like the IT projects, and you see, what
Gotcha.
you would see in community services is things like fleet.
Gotcha. And so for the board and commission, would that include capital projects, say for the police, or is that, actually, yeah, that's my question.
No, police would ultimately roll up under the city, and so if they were to
Okay.
construct a new asset, it would appear in the IAS section.
Gotcha, thank you. I had a lot of questions on the parking control, and I think my colleagues had covered that, but I guess I was just, I feel like the technology back in 2015, which was the initial projected finished timeline to now, I'm sure it's evolved quite a bit. And then there's a few other things that came along that kind of delayed the project. And I was just like, we're still waiting on the province, and whatever we can help in that regard be good. But, does this project, and I'm glad there's only one project that's 560% over schedule, but, is it at risk of becoming like a zombie project that just keeps dragging on and we just keep delaying it without an end in sight?
So just to be clear, the work is completed. It's just being able to action the system. So the province provides the approval and has provided the approval to Calgary. This is the exact same system that Calgary uses and has been using and developed. So
When did that happen with Calgary?
Calgary's was approximately 10 or 11 years ago that they developed this and started using it. And we, instead of developing our own system, used Calgary's because it was probably one of the most advanced systems at the time. And they have been continuing to, incorporate technology improvements. The practice of license plate-based recognition for parking was state-of-the-art, and it's still one of the leading industry methods for that. The options that, perhaps exist in terms of enhancements and connection to smart city type applications can be layered on, but this is specifically tied to the enforcement component around the system.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Tang. I would humbly remind council members to give a little bit of time at the end of your 5 minutes for administration to answer your question, please, so we remain within 5 minutes. Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. One question that jumped to mind when Councillor Stevenson was asking about sort of the number of projects that we've adjusted the budget on midstream. Is that possible? Because I know we did it, I think it was about a year and a half ago. We had a conversation and there was a memo that was provided about the number of projects where council approved a change to the schedule date. So essentially, this came up around that notion of, can council essentially just keep moving the goalposts to make it look like all of our projects are on time and on budget? And I remember that memo had talked about that since we brought forward PDDM, only 10 projects had ever had their schedule adjusted by council over the course of all of the other projects, and that was due to very specific reasons. So could we get something maybe similar for the budget piece? Because I think the budget piece would probably be fewer than 5 since 2015, but I think that'd be valuable information for us to have.
So I think the challenge with that is on the timeline piece of it, you're correct. We will only bring forward so if projects are delayed, they're reported as delayed, and you only get a deadline change if you've approved a scope change, and that has come to council. Where it's trickier on the budget side is the look back it means that a lot of times capital projects have come for their approval in stages. So they come with land assembly, then we add to that. So it's at which point would we consider that to be the original budget? And so it's much trickier for us to do that analysis on the budget side because of the incremental approach to building the capital budgets that's taken place over time. And I believe this is what the PDDM was done to try and assist with and help with in the long term.
Fair point. Yeah, I guess the reason I raised it is because I think there's probably fewer budget adjustments that have been made than schedule adjustments. And if we've only had 10 since 2015, it might not be hard to just, even from folks' memory, pull that handful of ones where there's been budgets. Because quite honestly, I can't remember more than maybe, I'm not even sure I can remember 5, but I think that might be worthwhile just to, again, really reinforce the point that council doesn't try to move the goalpost to make ourselves look better. So I think I'll leave that with you to maybe somebody does have that within their historical memory on that. The other question I have, just tying into a bit of that historical piece, is that it is probably fair to say, or you can correct me if I'm wrong, that typically the last year of our capital budget will have a bit lower performance than the first 3 years of our budget. Is that fair? I seem to recall that during the last 4-year cycle, or the last multi-year cycle as well, that the last year was sort of a little worse because most of the projects were off, so we're dealing with generally a smaller sample size.
So just to define a little worse, you're looking at those bar charts, like what is the number of, so I think it is not, I mean, as we work our way through the cycle, it is not unusual for the reporting to trend slightly worse. When we first come into a cycle, everything is on time, on budget.
Correct. Yeah, I think, and again, I think, something we might just want to flag for future reports is that to be able to showcase that difference. Because I mean, I think the latest numbers were still 70+%, but normally we trend in over 80% for the schedule as an example. And I would worry that some folks would say, oh, you're actually trending worse, versus saying was a similar situation to what we saw at the end of the last multi-year cycle as well. And then throughout the rest of the cycle, we generally expect to be over that 80% mark. So.
Councillor,
go ahead.
If I can jump in, so in 2021 we reported on the projects that had seen a schedule change, and so it was, as you mentioned, 10 projects. Those 10 projects were the one that had a schedule change between 2015 and 2021.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, great. Thank you. Those were my questions. I guess I'll move another round of questions.
No, I have some questions.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
So on EPS vehicle replacement, $60 million was allocated for the last budget cycle. And I have some basic questions around, do we know what the average age of the fleet is now with EPS?
Yeah, I apologize, Mr. Mayor, as I'm here to speak just on item 7.4.
Okay, does our administration know, do we know how long the current fleet is going to last, and what consideration EPS undertaken to right-size their fleet, and or is the fleet requirements aligning with our climate change goals?
So I don't have that information on hand with me here today. I'd look to see if anyone from Fleet and Facility Services happens to be online.
I believe
I
Mr.
think we'll-
Robar is on the call.
And in fairness to Mr. Robar, I'm not, I think that might be a question to police.
Yeah, so I think this speaks to, we have very few opportunities to ask questions to the Police Commission and EPS, and this is one of those forums. And they are not part of the delegation, so that raises question maybe for the future to be including them into the delegation so we can ask these questions, because I really want to know whether they're right sizing their fleet and whether their fleet replacement policy is actually aligning with cities' policies in the reducing emissions and all that, right? So it's just, I'm disappointed that they're not included in this. Maybe something to flag for the future presentations.
So we'll work with them in
Yeah,
the
please,
future
yeah,
to,
yeah. No, I understand. It's not a critique on it. Just want to kind of lost opportunity for us to ask questions, right? So, yeah. And I also had questions on some of their variants on the funding shortfall and whether is that impacting the frontline officers not being full complement of sworn officers being in the service serving. Maybe again, nobody has answers to those questions here today. Okay. All right, maybe we'll have to follow up another way. Okay. So those are the questions I had. So I'll move the. Sorry, I'll take the chair back.
Do you want to move the third round?
Councilor Salvador.
Oh,
has the second round.
okay. Chair's returned.
Councilor Salvador.
Great,
Go ahead.
thank you. Yeah, I just want to pick up on some of the lines of questioning around sort of where that baseline is when we're talking about on time and on budget. And I think it was mentioned that there is some analysis that administration has related to sort of historical adjustments, where we've seen cost escalation, where we've come in below or above. I guess, is that able to be shared in a memo? What type of work would have to go into that?
I guess, Councillor, it depends on what you're looking for. So the quarterly reports talk to our performance, and so you can see which projects are in the capital profiles, and then we share the Building Edmonton report on a regular basis as well, which provides for the detailed level project. So I would be curious to understand what level of information or what type of analysis you're looking for.
Yeah, so I guess just looking at sort of some of the projects that are technically in the green right now, it's not visually or, I guess, obviously apparent based on the current way that the report is presented that actually some of these have experienced adjustments in the past that have varied from the original approved budget. Is there a way to show sort of that sequencing or that historical buildup? That's what I'm looking for.
so if I look at the attachments for each of the individual standalone profiles, what the report does include is the original approved budget, the adjusted original approved budget, and then a current approved budget. But the explanations focus on what is contributing to any variance explanation between what is currently approved and what are we projecting year to date. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you would like kind of the historical changes so then what we would do is carry forward the initial variance analysis that resulted in the budget adjustment.
Yeah,
I think it would add some complexities to these reports and deciphering them. So I'm just trying to understand in what format would that make sense.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly what format. What you just described, though, does actually sound appealing to me. I think my end goal is to be able to, moving forward, look at what percentage of projects are we seeing that type of escalation from the initial approved budget, because from my perspective, allows us to build in at least a bit of a buffer in the way that we're contemplating these types of projects moving forward. So that's where I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, I think the challenge is simply adding the explanation may not actually give you the holistic view that you necessarily need, because a number of these budget adjustments will be made as scope changes, which would be a different source and a different conclusion to an approved budget change as a result of adding something to a project versus something that's now more expensive to deliver than we originally planned. And so we just need to be able to separate those things.
Right. Okay, well, maybe I'll follow up offline, because I do think there's something here that I want to push on a little bit. Not quite sure exactly what that would look like or how to do that today. But I really appreciate the answers.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Councilor Cartmel.
Thank you. So maybe just picking up on that, and we've had this chat before a few times. So maybe by way of an example. Stadium LRT station was in, it had a history. There was funding that came from the province, and then it did, and then it didn't, and then it did, and then it didn't. Remember that. But ultimately, we were going to do something at the stadium station. And then we found something underground, and we had to increase the budget. So we increased the budget. And now that, there's, the chart shows that it's somewhat over that adjusted original budget. But it still shows the station is on time. And as a regular user of that station going to Elks games, just on Friday night, we still haven't got sidewalks at the Stadium LRT station. Now, I'm not being critical about that, but no one that uses that station would characterize that project as being completed on time. But the chart doesn't reflect that. Now, technically it's on time because we approved extensions. Technically it's on budget because we approved budget increases. But anyone that uses it or lives around there would not consider that station to be what they expected it was going to happen when it first was announced that we were going to do something. So how do the charts and reports reflect what people see?
If I can just make one comment, Councillor. Stadium LRT station was always planned to be completed by December of 2022. So at this point in time, it's still reflective of the original schedule.
But so I understand what you're seeking. I would say maybe I just draw back to the purpose of this particular report, and it might be that we think about when is the time and place to bring you a different report. But for this particular report, the purpose of these operating and capital financial updates are to give you an update against what you've currently approved to signal anywhere where we might be seeing difficulties or changes.
So let me offer this, Ms. Padbury. And not to put words in your mouth, so please correct me if I'm misstating this. You're providing a financial report, and you're providing a report that speaks to financial risk and financial, headwaters, potential financial things we got to talk about. That's different than a project management report.
Absolutely. So we're here with financial updates on the basis of information that we know now, signaling what we might want to see in the future or where your risk exposures are from a finance and a schedule perspective. But it's not a holistic approach to how do we manage projects. And that's why I say, what you're asking for might well be something that we can consider doing. I just am not sure it would ever necessarily form the basis of this report.
Right. Maybe not in this place because, from a budget and financial perspective, this is what we expect to spend. We don't see it, depending on the profile. We don't expect to see much more than that, or we're on track to spend this much in this time from a financial perspective. But that doesn't necessarily mean that what you thought we were going to do 3 or 4 years ago is what we've ended up doing. It's taken longer, it's cost more money, or to be perfectly fair, it's happened faster and we've saved money. We just passed a bylaw where we reduced the borrowing in a bylaw. So it happens both ways. So perhaps there's a need for a venue that talks about project expectations as opposed to the financial criteria that comes in a budget report. Fair? Do you think?
I think it's a fair ask. I think we just have to take it away and think about what does that look like and what is the right place to place it.
And
Thank you.
just adding that right now we do provide the quarterly major capital infrastructure project update via memo to council.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Okay, Councillor Cartmel, can you move the second round? Third round, sorry. Councillor Cartmel?
No, Mayor Sohi, I will decline to move a third round.
Okay. Okay, will someone move the third round, please?
So moved.
Okay, Councillor.
Second.
Councillor Principe moved it, Councillor Tang seconded it. Please vote for the third round.
Give all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It's carried. Councillor Tang, you are next.
Just a couple last ones. And I'm gonna be in the weeds on the operating side a little bit. For the community standards, page 12, is this where the outreach transit team funding, is that fall under there? Because in a previous meeting, we had talked about that won't be spent, it will be a surplus for this year, just because of the inability to hire and to fulfill those positions. So I'm just curious if it's accounted for.
So it is possible that they will have a variance that is lower than the threshold that we're reporting.
Okay.
And so I suspect that's what you're seeing here.
Okay. And then on the EPS deficit reserve, so according to the reserve policy, the EPS will need to come forward with a strategy and plan for bringing that reserve back to a healthy state. I understand that's kind of folded into the overall formula. But would there still be a strategy and plan? Is that in the works that you're aware of? I know they're not here to speak to that.
I'm reluctant to speak for them.
Okay.
I'm not aware of anything being brought to me specifically.
Okay. I guess I'll just put that out there. I'll be interested to see if there is a strategy or a plan to bring the reserve back up to the healthy state. I suspect the formula conversation will be a part of that. So I think, and then my last one is regarding the grants in lieu of taxes from the province. So this is money that we are unable to collect, right? And I'm wondering if there's any actions we're doing to address that.
So if you recall back to the spring supplementary budget adjustment, so we determined that 11 million wouldn't be collectible from the province for grants in lieu, and now that number is 14.
Right.
So that's the actual compared to the estimate. But if your question is, are we working on trying to get them to pay for those? I think that is more of an advocacy position. Like, they've made their decision, and what we're reflecting here is what has been reflected from them through their budget documents.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all. I'm done.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So that concludes the questions on items 7.1 and 7.2. We have motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? See, okay, Councillor Rutherford to speak.
Yeah, I first and foremost want to thank administration for the really comprehensive report. I think, the fact that I didn't have many questions at all speaks to the quality of the information provided, and I know this takes a lot of time, and we're in good hands with the financial people that we have working on this, so I first and foremost want to say that. I did toy with the idea of a referral back motion, because I do think when we have something in the report, we should be able to ask questions about anything in the report. And so not having EPS as part of this delegation, when there's a whole chunk and section with their information, I think is absolutely hard, and it's frustrating for us to have questions and then just be told, well, we can't, so we'll accept it for information then. So I will reluctantly accept it for information, but my expectation going forward is that if there is sections in which there's financial reporting from EPS, that EPS absolutely be part of the delegation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Hamilton, can you please take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Very quickly, I want to reinforce that it's nobody's nobody's fault, but we need to make sure that when we have our agencies and boards whose budget is part of the update, that we include them in our delegation so we can ask them those questions. If I'm flagging that for future reports as well, because these are the opportunities that we have to ask those questions, particularly to police commission, right? Because there's many other venues to dig deeper into some of the budget, right? So it's important that they're included. I really want to thank administration for giving us the context going into the future, and the inflationary pressures faced by the people whom we rely on for collecting property taxes to run programs and services. At the same time, we have our internal corporations under pressure as well because of those inflationary challenges, and we have a city to run, a city to build, and we need to find a way continue to do that. So thank you for framing that information and giving that context to us. That really appreciate that, because it's important for us to going into further discussion on the budget. So with that, I am Councillor Hamilton. I'm going to take the chair back.
Return the chair.
Councillor Rice.
As I mentioned earlier, I would like to say really thanks to administration for this comprehensive financial updates information, lots of good information in there. I really want to say with the consideration of that, interest rate doubled, and since July 2022 compared to previous years, right now is almost 5%. I really think we need to put a very carefully consideration for our future borrows. And I do understand the importance of our capital project. We need borrows money, and we need the funding source to finish our project. At the same time, so this huge impact, and from what I can see, will fall under the taxpayers or Edmontonians, and because that's impact how we pay back and to all these borrows. And then, but I'm looking forward for the meaningful conversation in our budget deliberation and to consider this important factor and into our budget decision. So I'm happy to support to receive those two great reports as information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson, you want to close, or?
Sure. Just want to say, I'll just echo the thanks. I'm really excited around the discussion about how we evolve some of the capital project information that we receive. I agree. It sounds like there's a great place for sort of the project management feedback. You know, for me, the importance is just sort of what I struggle with the checkpoints is sort of agreeing and committing to a project at a certain point on a certain price, and then if that changes throughout, it's sort of that it becomes much more challenging if you've already committed to something and then you keep spending to maintain. So I think having some information that allows us to sort of assess that risk, I suppose, would be really helpful for me moving forward. But again, really wonderful information brought forward. Also want to echo comments earlier about the increasing opportunity to expand the analysis in our economic forecast so that we see that economic growth, if it's happening equitably in our community. So thank you again so much.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. Here you go, that is carried. And Councillor Jans, you have a subsequent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'll look to the clerk if they can display the final wording. But I believe the final wording is that the mayor, on behalf of City Council, write a letter to the provincial government seeking approval of the automated enforcement for parking. That's the wording recommended by administration. And I think we all, in the spirit of the debate, we all know what we're talking about, and that can inform the mayor's letter accordingly. So very quickly, by way of introduction.
Just hold on, Councillor Jans, we need a second, or just hold on. Just, you made the motion. Councillor Tang, you're seconding this? Yes. Okay, Councillor Tang has seconded. Now you can make the introduction, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. This is something I actually heard about back in the election. I was talking to a constituent, and it's kind of it's a minor point that I hate to even waste our time with at City Council, but it's emblematic of so many of these other challenges we have in this city, where something like a basic service like parking, where we want enforcement, where we have concerns to our neighbors and businesses about a failure to enforce, and we know we have a technology that's ready, that's available, that's being used in a thriving faraway metropolis like Calgary. And yet we as a city are unable to use this, and it's ready to go. And it's just so incredibly frustrating. So it's one example, it's a small example, but I think it's yet another part of this bigger picture about the need for municipal autonomy and treating municipalities fairly and giving them the ability to cut red tape, to move quickly, to save time and money, to provide better service. So yeah, I think it's worth, using this and pinning it as an example.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford, questions? No, I have a subsequent. Okay, good. Okay, Councillor Rice, questions?
A quick question, and then I understand then, because I brought this schedule delay first, and to ask administration question, I also have one question. We heard, yes, province has not approved yet, but what do we know specific reason why it's not approved? And before we send this letter?
They didn't provide specifics in terms of why they wouldn't, other than that they were reviewing automated enforcement in general, and that because we were not Calgary, we are our own city, we needed to have our own approval, because at one point in time they did indicate that we could operate under Calgary's approval, and then they changed their position on that. So
this letter will help us to speed this process?
That would be the intent of the letter, yes.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So any more questions on this? I see none. Anyone to speak to this? I see none. Councillor Jans, you want to close?
Just very quickly, I don't envision this costing one job. I envision those bylaw officers who are out there right now. We have more than enough bylaw work to go around in our city. This is just a way we can serve people better while freeing up people to go and deal with some of the many other challenges that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Please vote.
I'm a no.
Okay, please display the vote. Have everyone has voted? Please display the votes. That is carried. All right, Councillor Rutherford, you have a subsequent?
Yes, so I just want to clarify. So I guess we need to formally invite the Edmonton Police Commission to present. So I would like to move that council invite the Edmonton Police Commission to present during the next operating and capital financial update report to City Council.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford. Can you make the Councillor Salvador seconded. Can you make the introduction? What I would like to understand, are you inviting them for future presentations, or are you inviting them to talk about this, what we have approved?
No, the city clerk just informed me that, again, we have to ask the police commission to come and talk to us.
Okay, got it.
And so the next time, rather than putting it on administration to make them part of the delegation,
okay,
we have to go through this process of inviting and asking the police commission to come and be a part of the delegation.
Thank you
for
so
the
much.
next one.
Good, thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang, questions on this? No questions on this? Okay, any more questions on this? Seeing none, Councillor Rutherford, you want to close?
I think it's pretty explanatory.
Explanatory.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
good. All right, I have to ask. All right, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so that concludes subsequents, right? Okay, so that concludes our item 7.1 and 7.2. Now we are going into item 7.3, elimination of cosmetic pesticide. This is a recommendation from Community and Public Services Committee, and I'll go to Councillor Cartmill to make the introduction.
Thank you,
And
Mayor
move the
Sohi.
motion.
First of all, I will move the recommendation of the committee that as part of the governance review of council's committees in the final report include an analysis of the current council committees and how they are aligned to council's priorities, and that the analysis include any potential gaps. And with a seconder, I will introduce.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Go ahead, Councillor Cartmill.
So to be absolutely clear, Mayor Sohi, committee received the original report for information. So there is no further work proceeding, at least at this time, around pesticide bans or herbicide bans or anything of the like. There was a subsequent motion made, and that the text of that motion is listed in the materials before us. And essentially, there was a conversation around whether we should establish an environmental officer, environmental officer, or those kinds of things. The mover of the subsequent motion, Councillor Wright, through conversations with administration, moved a motion which was passed by committee that included a report that outlines options, corresponding resource requirements, including reallocation of existing resources to coordinate environmental reviews of city plans. And it is in the context of that motion that the recommendation is before us to further, from an environmental perspective, provide this perspective on the committee analysis and review. So it is actually quite a journey away from herbicides and pesticides. It's really adding this environmental lens when we get to the committee government process.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmill. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Now to questions. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Cartmell, for that introduction, because this is the reason that I chose this one. When I read the title of item 7.3, it is elimination of cosmetic pesticide. And through public perception, I felt that if they saw the title and saw approval, there might be a misconception that the ban had passed. So I was just trying to clarify that what we're actually voting on here is the recommendation and not a pesticide ban. Is that correct?
That's correct. So when there's items at committee and then there's a subsequent and that's then referred up to city council, we're not permitted to change the report title, and that's why it might look like there's a bit of a confusion. But this subsequent motion was actually germane to the conversation that happened during the meeting, and that's why it's here before you today, because it's within the jurisdiction of city council and not committee.
Right, that's great, and I'm ready to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe, and thank you for flagging that. Okay, any more questions? Seeing none, Councillor Cartmill, you want to close or go to vote?
Nothing further from me.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cartmill. Okay, please vote.
Yes, for me.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. So we are dealt with 7.3. 7.4 has been dealt with. 7.5, 7.6 are together. And these are items from Urban Planning Committee, and I'll go to Councillor Hamilton to make the introductions.
Thank you. To introduce this item, we had a good discussion about the ski club and the, I'm going to say, surrounding uses of the land at Urban Planning Committee. The recommendations before council today are, and I'll move that so that.
Need a second?
Well, I'll move it first,
Yeah.
so everyone knows what page we're on
Yeah.
before anyone commits too hard. That the Edmonton Ski Club Modular Building Addition Environmental Impact Assessment, as outlined in attachments 1 and 2 of the August 23rd IIS report, be approved, and 2, that the location of the temporary modular buildings within the River Valley, as outlined in attachment 2 of the IIS report, be deemed essential pursuant to the North Saskatchewan River Area Redevelopment Plan. And there is a subsequent that was passed as well, but perhaps I'll let Councillor Salvador.
And are we all, since we're dealing with them together, can you put 7.6 on the floor, please?
Yeah, please.
Okay, I'll move that too. And I guess that would become item 3 of this recommended motion, that the community recreation and culture 2022 operating budget be increased by $800,000 on a one-time basis, with funding from the Financial Stabilization Reserve to support the Edmonton Ski Club to demolish the existing building and to rent temporary modular buildings to support the ski club and Edmonton Folk Music Festival operations.
Second.
Second by Councilor Salvador. And the unfunded package is part of, that's a different one, right? For Ski Hill? Was that part of, oh no, that actually doesn't come here, sorry.
So anything that was passed, we're not gonna
forget
do that
it.
So to.
Now to make the introduction.
Yeah, to clarify, what you have is the environmental impact assessment, which is approval, the discussion around the nature of the buildings and the need to have some kind of infrastructure there to support any uses in the area, whether it's recreational, whether it's event-based. There are quite a number of events, I think, that happen in that area. And therefore, regardless, I think, of who is the main user, that area is dense. It's going to become denser with the LRT, which is opening soon, TBD, and and we'll need that kind of basic infrastructure support to make the use of the area sustainable. And that area is Gallagher Park, just to clarify. So I'll leave it there for questions.
All right, thank you so much, Councillor Hamilton. So we are at 11:58. We'll stop here and we'll resume back our conversation at 1:30. And until then, we are on recess. Good afternoon, everyone. Would like to call this meeting back to order. And we'll do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette will not be joining us. He had just had some family matters to look after. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton. Will be joining us. Okay. Yep. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
And Councillor Hamilton is here. So all of us are here with the exception of Councillor Paquette. And at this time, with the indulgence of council members, I would like to do a proclamation. Good afternoon, everyone. Over the lunch break, I had the pleasure of meeting with a group representing the many voices and leaders of the African, Black, and Caribbean community. We met to continue to discuss about our goal to build a great city, free of racism and intolerance. 8 years ago, the United Nations proclaimed 2015 to 2024 as the decade to strengthen the economic, social, cultural, civil, and political rights of people of African descent. This afternoon, on behalf of City Council, I restated the city's commitment to that UN declaration to eliminate all forms of racism, racial discrimination, and intolerance. The essence of our commitment is captured in the proclamation that I shared with community leaders, and I'm pleased to share that with all Edmontonians now. Whereas, City of Edmonton joins the United Nations and governments across the globe in recognizing that people of African descent represent a distinct group whose human rights must be promoted and protected everywhere. Whereas we want to strengthen national, regional, and international action and cooperation in relation to the full enjoyment of economic, social, cultural, civil, and political rights by people of African descent and their full and equal participation in all aspects of society. Whereas we support the adoption and effective implementation of legal frameworks according to the Durban Declaration and Program of Action and International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. And whereas City of Edmonton is committed to building a more inclusive city by creating an anti-Black racism strategy in partnership with diverse community leaders. Therefore, I, Mayor Amarjit Sohi, do hereby proclaim 2015 to 2024 the decade for the people of African descent in Edmonton, Alberta's capital city. We are on an ongoing journey to ensure the full and equal participation of all Edmontonians of African, Black, and Caribbean descent. It will require new collaborations and cooperation with the city and the community. Administration has committed to important work creating an anti-Black racism action plan. Community leaders have expressed their support for engagement. We are poised to begin the work that will help us realize our vision of a diverse, safe, and inclusive Edmonton, and Edmonton for all of us. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Okay, now we're back into our business of council, right? We were on item. You're welcome to stay as long as you want to, please. Yeah. Or you might have better things to do. Okay, we were on our item 7.5 and 7.6. Item was introduced and motions were moved. And now I'll go to Councillor Principe for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first question in relation to the environmental impact assessment. Now, this is an assessment that was completed by the Edmonton Ski Club, correct?
That is correct.
Right, and so there is no financial request from the city for the environmental impact for specifically 7.5.
Correct. There's no request relating to the environmental impact assessment.
Okay, great, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. And then if this, now on to 7.6, if it is approved today, if it passes, what is guaranteed is that they get the $800,000 and then the permanent structure would come as an unfunded package, correct? So the 800,
That's correct, Councillor.
the demolition can
The $800,000
happen.
would be for the interim solution over the next 3 years. So $400,000 for this winter to do the demolition and rent the trailers, and then $200,000 in the 2 years following.
Okay, good, thank you. Now, my question, another question I have is, I know there are other ski clubs in Edmonton, correct, that have a similar relationship with the city of Edmonton?
Yep, that's correct.
And how are they functioning? Have we had requests from them as well in the past, similar to this?
Yeah, each one has been a little bit different. Just recently, Rabbit Hill came into the city with the annexation of Ladue County. So prior to that, it was just the two. And the deals have been different, but the city certainly supported Snow Valley Ski Club. And when they built their lodge, it was a repayable loan. But other funds have gone in to support the aerial park, the campground, some renovations on the lodge. So there's been a mix of grants to the Snow Valley as well as a repayable loan when they built their lodge.
Okay. I guess my concern is that there have been concerns prior and issues prior, from my understanding. So is there something that we can do as opposed to just financially helping? Is there something we can do to help with the business itself, having to make the business maybe a little bit more viable?
Potentially. We've been, the new board, who started in 2019, has really looked at moving from just the winter season to providing year-round activity in Gallagher Park. So that's helped them with some revenue and to retain staff through the full year. So we've been working very closely with their board on this interim plan as well as their longer-term strategy in the park.
So is that like with a business plan as well, or?
Yeah, for the permanent structure, that's the next phase that they're working on now, and is near completion of a full business plan that would take us to essentially checkpoint 1 on the program or project development delivery model. So we're awaiting that document as we go forward.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So my colleague asked some question. I am going to ask. Thank you for that. So I have another two very quick question. I do believe the Edmonton Skiing Club and also the skiing project for this project specifically will be really beneficial to our Edmontonians and specifically our winter city. So the first question and then is about the funding source. So for that 800K funding source, do we have enough and in our financial stabilizing reserve to support that?
Yes, you do, Councillor Rice.
So that is from this year's plan, right? It's not the next year or 2023-26 budget cycle.
So this is from the Financial Stabilization Reserve. So that is your reserve for emergent items.
So that is covered under the current reserve amount we have.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And the next question about the funding source. And then so right now this project, if we prove the 7.5 for this environment impact assessment and also site study, so that means this project is moving towards checking point 3, or how that linked together?
It's a little bit different because the project is a temporary and a demolition. And so I would
Okay.
say the group is probably already at checkpoint 3 and that they would be moving ahead with the demolition itself. The temporary structures are already in place and they would remain.
So I understand, and then 3 level government and will be cooperated to support from funding a financial perspective, and so I assuming council will expect the unfunded package in the 2023-26 discussion, budget discussion, and for our piece, and to fund this project, right? If we approve the 7.5 today.
7.5 is not linked
Yeah.
to the unfunded package. That is linked to 7.6. It's the motion that's in front of you.
So 7.6, I thought is only about 800K. It's not about unfunded package. So I was wondering where is
Apologies.
that? Yeah,
Yeah.
where is that?
I believe it was approved by Urban Planning Committee and doesn't have to come to council.
So that's unfunded package already approved.
No,
Yeah.
so just a friendly reminder, unfunded service packages are not approved. They're requests. They'll be coming forward in the budget.
Okay.
Not
thank you.
approved.
So not approved, it's just requested in
It
urban
is a
planning.
request, and that request will come forward to council in the fall budget discussions.
Okay, thank you. That's my question. I yield my time.
Thank you, Councillor Reyes. Councillor Tang?
Thank you. I guess just very quickly, I think, and I know that there was a very robust discussion at committee, but I had similar questions as Councillor Principe here around the business planning aspect. And previously, I remember in the news that the ski club was at the risk of closing, and City Council stepped in, and it was a council decision to support that. Was that how many years ago was that?
Councillor, I think the last time the ski club was at City Council was in 2016.
Okay, and so what's different about this time is that there is matching dollars and there's a concrete plan, and then there is a concrete business plan moving forward.
Yeah, they're finalizing the business plan for the permanent lodge. Certainly the plans in place for the next 3 years on the temporary structures are really in place.
Right.
As well as their plans with the other partners that are on the site, including the folk festival and the ice
Right.
climbing folks and the community league.
So when the budget discussion comes in November for the permanent structure, that will be part of the attachment for us to consider. Is that correct?
Yeah, we'll certainly have the business case in hand and have done our analysis on it. What exactly we'll provide to council, I'm not sure, but that we will certainly be in possession of that document with our recommendations.
That would be great. I think I'll certainly be looking for that piece. And actually, no, I'll leave it at that, but I don't know if I can just take 20 seconds to speak to it.
You can.
Okay, well, just, happy to support this. I think, we've put lots of things forward as unfunded service package, and if we don't put it on the table, we won't be able to talk about it. And I think this will be a great opportunity for us to talk about this value resource. I can't understand, arguments around potentially competition with other clubs and whatnot. But I also think, our city is growing, and over the years, I've seen such a rise of love for winter sports. And of course, this isn't just about skiing, and there's so many other uses. A rise of love for festivals and all of those things. And I think, just in terms of the location, I think this is a great opportunity for us to talk about these kinds of infrastructure to continue to support the quality of life here in the city. So thank you for those who brought this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador, to speak or questions?
Just to speak.
To speak. Anyone else had any questions on this item? I'm seeing none. Now to speak. So I will go to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be very brief. I spoke to this at committee, but thought I'd just chime in given the questions today. I just want to say how excited I am for the vision that the ski club has put forward. And, this really isn't the same ski club as years past. I've been really impressed with the new leadership team that started in 2019 and the vision that they've put forward for the site, not only to continue to provide affordable and accessible winter sports and winter recreation, but that year-round component around recreational and cultural programming, I think, is a really important differentiator. And we have seen that they have been quite successful in attracting support and collaboration from other partners. They will be financing the construction of the new center, as well as just the location in our city. You know, this is one of the most central places we have that can function as a recreation hub. Also steps away from a almost done LRT stop. And I think I said it at committee, you'd all say it again here, that it's about much more than skiing. You know, this particular site also serves as the home of the Edmonton Folk Music Festival, as well as the Flying Canoe Volant. And during the summer, mountain biking has also become one of their core programs as well. Even activations like the Outdoor Patio Music Series, which was fabulous. So I would say that what is before us today is that interim step that is going to allow the Edmonton Ski Club and Folk Music Festival to continue on over the next few years as they do work towards that permanent facility. And it was mentioned, it's pretty noteworthy that the project has been awarded $6.6 million from the federal government. And we can talk about what the city's support of the lodge may look like at budget, alongside a full business plan when that comes forward as an unfunded package in the fall. But again, this is about ensuring that that valuable programming and events like Folk Fest can continue for the next few years. So would ask for my colleagues' support and really appreciate the discussion today. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So that's for speakers, and Councillor Hamilton to go to vote, right? Okay, good to go to vote. All right, so please vote.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so that deals with 7576. We already dealt with 7.1. 8.1 is dealt with. 8.2 is dealt with. 9.1 is dealt with. So we're done with the administrative agenda. Now we are finally getting to our motions pending.
Is there,
all right.
Before, I know we're all excited to get to motions pending, but can we just triple check if there's any inquiries? They should really be dealt with at the beginning of the meeting. So
Yeah.
if there is any inquiries, if we could take care of that now,
I
please.
see. I haven't got any notice, but Councillor Jans, you had one, but you were having some technical difficulties?
Yeah, I apologize. I was, they were jackhammering the floor above me this morning.
And this is the one that you gave notice about?
Yeah, this is about the
Last
carbon,
week.
Carbon budgeting, pardon me, I'm just pulling it up now. And yes, duly scolded, Mr. Chair. I will make sure that I get them in promptly at the beginning. So I was wondering, could administration provide a memo that highlights the current status of tracking embodied carbon as part of the community energy transition strategy? This would be due Q4 2022.
Okay. And administration is okay with that timing? Okay, so, okay.
We can make that work.
Okay. All right, thank you, Councillor Jens. Were there any other inquiries? No? All right. Now we can go into motions pending. So, Madam Clerk, I have a procedural question. At the last council meeting, because a couple of council members were not present, and I moved those motions on their behalf, right? So how would we deal with that? Because I want to make sure they're the one who are taking the lead on that. So when we come to those, should I just go to those?
If there's no objections from members of council, for example, I think a couple of these that you read out, if you would like to just go to the councillor who initially intended on making that, I don't see there's any harm in that, as long as nobody else.
So we'll do that when we get to that pending motion?
Absolutely.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, our first one is neighborhood entrance signs on private property. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. So I move that administration provide a report with options on the establishment of a framework that outlines maintenance, repair, and replacement cost responsibilities for developer-built neighborhood entrance signs on private property with a due date of Q2 2023, and to come back to Urban Planning Committee.
Okay, we need a seconder.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Cartmel. Okay, you want to make it the introduction, please, Councillor Wright?
Sure. I'm just noticing driving through neighborhoods, there are a number of neighborhood entrance signs that have been ill repair, damaged, hit-and-run drivers that plow them down. And in speaking to a couple of other councillors as well, they've noticed the same in their communities. I've also spoken to those in the development community, and they would be on side with maybe establishing some sort of a reserve or something to help cover the cost of repair, especially when it's on private property. I know there's restrictive covenants that are placed on the title, but I think that's a huge responsibility for the individual homeowner to bear, especially when we're talking tens of thousands of dollars to replace.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So questions, Councillor Rice. Questions?
Very quick question. I appreciate my colleague, Councillor Wright, move this motion. Actually, this is something I request many from my wards as well, and received many emails. I have a question to administration. Specifically, do we have existing process already in place? And because for the request, it inquires from my wards, they already resolved. So I was wondering if there any existing process already in place. I know we don't need to come back another report.
Councillor Rice, there's an existing process in place for the turnover of the signs in terms of for the city to accept them as part of our infrastructure. But I would say that this is a motion where there isn't a process in place, so it is not duplicating work.
So it's not duplicating work. Okay, I just want to confirm with the administration for that. And then another point I would like concern, and then if there is cost associated, what's the funding source to support under which program?
I think it's too early for us to be able to indicate if there's a funding source. Right now, this would just be administration's time to be able to develop the report, and we'd come back with some options. And at that point, if there was a required funding source, that would be the point at which we'd bring that information forward to council.
My question really behind it is this is under neighborhoods maintenance and renew program, or is it under different program?
That will be to be determined as we work through that. Right now, it is mainly in the Urban Planning and Economy Department, and that we work directly with the developers in terms of the acceptance of the signs. But as we work through what a process could look like, we'd have to determine which department would lead that.
Okay, so that is right now is unknown for that piece.
That's correct.
Okay, so right now the inquiries and from constituency specific words have been deal with, and it's just based case by case. We don't have standardized process for that.
Yes, we are dealing with them on a case-by-case basis, and if there's
Okay.
a situation you'd like us to look at, feel free to send it to us.
Okay, thank you. So that is my question, and you're most of my time back to chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Maybe similarly, so if the response is maybe the councillors need to put in their situations, and that's a fast way to do this, and I'm happy to hear that. I see sort of two situations, one where the HOA might take on responsibility for those signs if there is one, but I don't want to get too anecdotal, but I've got one where there's a sign and all of the landscaping around the sign, which is something I want to make sure we're going to talk about. Yeah.
We can make sure that we cover that off in the report that we bring back.
And there's sort of a mixed, like there's subtleties to this, but the city's doing some of that maintenance, grass cutting, but not tree pruning, not sign like there's some weird overlaps. Yeah.
I'm not sure that we'll get into all those specific cases in the response back in the motion, Councillor Cartmel, but we will definitely take a look at what the city's doing, what the developer's doing, what operations is doing right now, and come back with a few options for you to consider that will be a refinement on the existing process.
Okay, thank you. And I'm wondering about signs versus entrance features, which would include signs. Because again, I have a few situations where there's nothing that has a name on it, but there's columns and brick features and landscaping pieces that once abandoned or damaged by a car accident or something, it becomes a finger-pointing exercise about who's going to remedy that. So do we need to expand the definition in the motion, or is that sort of understood?
I think for clarity, I would add signs and entrance signs, and if that's what you're looking for us to look at.
So I would amend this to say entrance signs and neighborhood entrance features.
They're
And if
probably
that's friendly, great,
probably
but if
friendly,
it's
yeah,
not-
yep, that's friendly, yep. Everyone is good with it, yep. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Cardinal.
That's okay for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Good, thank you,
Thanks.
Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Tang?
Yes, I think Councillor Carmel brought up HOA, which I think there are a number of neighborhoods in my area that those signs are taken care of by the HOA, but not everybody has a HOA, and I think in Smokatapi there isn't any, right? Yeah, and so I think this fills a good gap. And I think just in terms of the framework, and I think I heard Councillor Wright, you say this, but just want to confirm that if we ever get to a point of like a funding program to fill the gap, it's not just sort of a public dollar funded thing. It could be potentially supplemented with through private developer dollars.
Yes, I did, I've spoken to UDI and they seem to think that that might be agreeable
open.
to the developers, yeah,
Yeah,
that they would
and-
set up a reserve or something.
And I assume, Ms. McCabe, that would be part of the consideration as you provide recommendations and stuff like that.
That will be part of the consideration. We'll have to do some engagement.
Absolutely. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So that concludes the questions on this motion. Anyone to speak? I see no one to speak, and Councillor Wright to close. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I would just ask my colleagues to support this motion. As Ms. McCabe has said, it's no additional cost at this time right now. I think it does impact those neighborhoods that, you know, over the past 30 or 40 years do have some, have had some issues, like I said, whether it's just ill repair, theft of letters off of signs. And again, if we can encourage the developers to also take on some of that responsibility, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Okay, we are ready to vote. Please vote. Ooh. Somebody's trying to connect with the...
We have all the votes, Mr.
Oops. Display the votes, please. That is carried. Uh-oh.
Just put them on speakerphone.
It's a landline, right? Yeah. There you go, sis. You figured it out. Nobody will ever call that line again. Okay, well, you're going to the next one, which is mine, right? So, Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you, and I will move that administration bring an unfunded service package for consideration during the 2023-2026 budget deliberations to provide annual ongoing funding to extend outdoor pool operations from May to September, weather depending from 2023 onwards.
Second?
Thank you. We have a seconder. Did you want to introduce it?
I will, and you know, we are lucky that we here in Edmonton, we experience all 4 seasons, and the trade-off for that is that we only get our summers for a limited time, and therefore it is important that we make the most of them. And I heard from Edmontonians, particularly when they found out that pools will not be open in May, that pools are an important part of making the most of our summers, and that shortening the season isn't the right cost-cutting decision. And though we had a late start with pool opening this year, I want to ensure that things change moving forward. And the purpose of this motion is to bring that unfunded service package that we can debate during the budget. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll go now to questions of administration on this, or questions of the mover. Councillor Jones?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, there's been a lot of interest in moving the season, if we can stay another week or 2 weeks this year we know we're going into emergency weather and heat wave past Labor Day. I'm wondering if you could elaborate how we decide closure dates.
Okay, the motion speaks to May to September, and now I think our current policy is that we close them early September. But maybe your administration could actually explore that, maybe going to the end of September could be part of the option. Yeah.
Currently, our process is to commence the opening in the May long weekend and concluding at the end of Labor Day weekend. But certainly, we can look at what weather impacts might be, depending on how accurate our forecasts are, because we would have to then schedule our lifeguards, buy our chemicals, so there are some domino impacts that we'd have to consider. But typically, our sides of the season are May long weekend, Labor Day weekend.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Any further questions? No? Councillor Rice, you had questions?
Really appreciate this motion. Specifically, this will benefit lots of Edmontonians, specifically in the wards don't have any swimming pool, for example, my ward as well. So quick question to administration. How many outpool in total across city, and where are they located specifically?
I believe we've got 4 or 5. How not helpful is that? And they are located in various wards in the city, clearly not yours, but we can get that information to you.
Oh, wonderful. And then I think that this funding package will figure out and what's the funding source and how much cost could be. But I think our Edmontonians will appreciate this moving forward and to get outpour operation again. Thank you. So that's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I see no other questions on the board. Anyone to speak to this? It's pretty straightforward. Mayor Sohi, do you wish to close?
No, we'll look forward to our discussion during the budget.
Great, please vote.
Yeah.
We have all the votes. Please display the vote. And that is carried. So I return the chair to you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Okay, next one is 10.3, council seating chart adjustments. This is from Councillor Rice. I'll go over to you, Councillor Rice, to move the motion and introduce it.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I move that administration provided a report with option to adjust the council seating chart, including potential amendments to bylaw 18155 section 62B.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. We need a seconder.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice, please introduce the motion.
Thank you. So I recently made this notice of motion at another meeting and regarding the council seating positions in the chamber. So the purpose of this motion is to consider an innovative approach of changing seats position in the chamber periodically, like for example, like 6 months, every 6 months, as a method of team building that aims to support collaboration with council. So I first learned, actually very interesting learning, I first learned about this approach from a counselor, actually from another major Canadian city who was visiting Edmonton earlier this year and to had lunch with some of our council colleagues. So myself, along and with other councillors sitting at that table, were told this other city's council has implemented this approach with positive results. So that is why I brought this idea and to my colleagues to discuss.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Any questions? No questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Councillor Rice, for bringing this forward. So if I can clarify, the problem that you're trying to solve with this motion is focused around team building and team culture of council?
So it's not a problem I try to solve. It's about the innovative approach and how we strengthen that team building and collaboration within council.
So the outcome that you would like to see is for administration to recommend various methods that could shuffle the seats in this room around to maybe place different councillors together to help strengthen those relationships. Is that right?
So what I learned from this other council from other council, what they did every 6 months, they just did the draw and for the numbers, and by that way, and to provide opportunity to councillors to know each other more, to team building, and then also to build that collaboration. So it's not really about related to the problem, and is about how we can strengthen our current council's collaboration approach. And then I think this is just extra piece for that. And then I know we're doing that very well already.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton.
I just had a question for administration. I know that, and maybe this is for the clerks, I'm not sure if you're able to provide, and I'm not asking specifically, I should say, but in the past when there's been accessibility accommodations made for councillors, those are, I'd say, married to the workstation, so to speak. Is my understanding correct?
Without going into any type of specifics, yes.
Yeah, and so if councillors wish to change seats, those accommodations would have to be changed with councillors who needed those required those accommodations.
So first of all, councillors can't change seats. That's a decision of council because as per your bylaw, your seating arrangements as recommended and approved are set for 4 years. And so happy to make any kind of adjustments as directed by council, and then we would make the necessary other arrangements as required.
Oh, okay, but you've raised something really okay, so I guess this request is for amendments to the bylaw, but in asking administration for a report on that and this might put you in an awkward position, I apologize, Madam Clerk, but this is entirely within the purview of council.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so I would imagine the best case scenario is we're not going to get advice, we're going to get facilitation. Is that, like, because I don't know that, I guess maybe to the mover, I'm not sure if administration can give us advice on this, but they could facilitate a decision on this if council so chose.
Thank you for pointing that out. I'm not familiar with the process and how this change could possible happen. I just thought I brought this concept, and from other council across Canada, if they can do this and to have that positive results, what I heard from that council specifically, a few other councillors from same council said very positive for this methodology they used. And I thought just bring this concept, but for the process question, and then we can discuss, and I am not familiar with that, and sorry for the question.
No, and yeah, sorry to interrupt you, but that seems fair. I'm not clear on the process entirely either, so thank you. I'll listen to other questions and comments.
If I may, Councillor, just to jump in, I think where you were going on your first line of thought was if you're talking about a medical or other form of accommodation, my position would be yes. You move, your accommodation or your needs move with you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Also, I would like to answer that, and I don't think this motion is specific target to any accommodation request. It's just a team build method. Okay. So I just want to clarify that.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. To the mover, I think this is a neat idea. I think I always like mixing things up, and it's funny how often I just don't talk to folks on that side of the room, even though we're all in the same room. So certainly open to exploring that. You know, my assumption is that any capital costs would be fairly minimal, just in terms of moving nameplates. I know Councillor Hamilton raised sort of some of the other special accommodations that might be, but would the report back be able to include a rough estimate if there are any sort of significant costs that would be associated with that?
We do this every 4 years. I wouldn't say the costs are significant.
Okay.
I just can't imagine a process to navigate the political decisions that would need to be made. I can come back with changes to your bylaw to facilitate you changing seats once a month, twice a month, every 6 months, every year, whatever works for you. I can write a bylaw amendment. What I can't do is tell you where you should sit.
Right, yes, yes. And I think that the different methods, I think Councillor Rice was mentioning that it's sort of, you know, we each get a number and we get to choose those seats. Like, I think there are ways that we can do that. And I think it's an exciting prospect. So thanks for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Hi, I was just wondering if there's maybe a better sort of format for this discussion amongst councillors. And I mean, council services is for councillors' offices. Because as the clerk has said, there's really not much advice or recommendation that can come back. Is there?
Yeah, I can answer your question. My original intention is to bring this to the Council Services Committee, and then, but due to the time and before the break, and so the agenda change, and then finally come to here. So that's my original intention to that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess it would prompt discussion at any rate. So okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
So, Madam Clerk, because this is more a political decision, not a, I mean, we would have to decide, right? So wouldn't it be better if we refer this to Council Services?
Yeah, absolutely. You could refer this to the October 4th Council Services Committee
So
for
then
further
Council
conversation.
can have that discussion, and maybe there's a better way of doing that, right? So I know what the agenda is on Council Services, right? So.
From a capacity standpoint, we can accommodate it, but again, it's the will of council.
Because I just trying to understand what would you bring forward? Like, what option would you bring forward for council to consider?
So if this motion on the floor passes, what I will do is come back with a very, very slim report that has a variety of options, and you can fill in the blank, that council changes its seating arrangement once a month, every 6 months, once a year, every 2 years. You tell me what the number is, we'll amend the bylaw, and then I would probably look to you, Mr. Mayor, to advise me on how you would like to have the seating arrangement.
So what you will come back with is just how often the seat change, right? Not who sits where and how. That will probably log back and forth between council, right? So
there was a lot of robust and
Yeah.
thorough conversations to get to where we are today.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, I'll leave it here then. Okay. And I'll take the chair back.
You have the chair.
Thank you. Any more questions? Anyone to speak? And Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I can't support this motion. I think I get the intent is good, but if we have that flexibility with committee, with the River Valley Room, so I think if we wanted to make sure we're not just always sitting in the same seat by the same people, we have that opportunity at committee in which to do that. I think that the piece around the accommodation and any kind of movement that would require is compelling. Again, this is just, feels like a bit of a make-work project. So yes, we could say yes to this and bring a report forward, but why create that work for administration if I'm not going to support that one, if it comes to committee anyway, which would be my stance right now. So that's why I won't support it today. Thank you.
Anyone else to speak? Councillor Hamilton, take the chair, please.
I have the chair.
Yeah, unfortunately, I would not be able to support it either. I understand the value of teamwork, but there are other ways that we can look for those opportunities for team building. There's not many options other than do we rotate 6 months or 1 year or 2 years later. So I think, again, every seat is a privilege here, right? So, and I just don't see the logical outcome of any options coming out of this when the system is kind of working okay, right? So can't support it. Sorry. And I will take the chair back,
You can have the chair.
and I will go to Councillor Rice to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I really appreciate this opportunity at least, and for our council colleagues to express their perspective on this concept. So my point is, for other council and implement this type of concept, and for a while, and with a very positive results. I didn't see there is barrier for us to do it, and specific, without any significant capital cost. Just the change in the name again. Another reason I would like to say, we have very, very busy schedule as a councillor, and then I'm not alone, and then I believe many of my colleagues agree with, and we really to get the lots of time to learn from each other to do that team treat and team building, team retreat activities. And then also, and then I do believe in this council, consider the collaboration is the key factor for us to work together to address the concerns, to address the leads from our city, our Edmontonians, and I did not see why we cannot just try. And then, like I heard earlier, this is not the huge report, is not need the huge analysis, and is just a basic concept. And then this concept will bring the value and to reflect how we council, we do the team building, how our council to support collaboration efforts and to strengthen efforts. So from that perspective, I do encourage my colleagues to support, explore this opportunity, and for us, and take the advantage of most our time in the chamber to know each other, to do the team building, and to support the collaboration. So thank you. That's my speak.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. All right, so please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay, next is 10.4, options to change councillor appointments. This is from Councillor Rice as well. Councillor Rice, can you please move the motion?
Sure, Mayor Sohi. I move that administration and provide a report with options to change the appointments of councillors to audit committee, city manager and the city audit performance evaluation committee, and the utility committee to align with the rotation of the other standing committees.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Need a seconder?
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice, can you please introduce the motion?
Yes. So this motion, yes, originally intended to move in Council Services Committee, but due to the agenda change and come to the council. And then want to take this opportunity and to say, and then, so we have many committees in this council, and some council committees have 4-year terms, and then others, and then have 16 months terms. And so all councillors have an opportunity to serve on committees with 16 months term for those committees, but not all councillors have opportunity to serve on committees with 4 years terms. So I believe our Edmontonians would benefit if all council committees had maximum 18 months terms, so more councillors have the opportunity to serve on those committees. And this mechanism would ensure Edmontonians from all wards and across our city through their councillors have equal representation on all committees, and which is the reason behind this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Questions, colleagues? Questions, Councillor Dang.
I guess I have a similar question is what's the problem we're trying to solve? Is it the representation piece that I'm hearing?
Yes, and for the,
Yes,
for,
to move over.
so
Yeah.
I assume it's to me.
Yes.
So I think that because some committees has 16 months term, and for 3 we have like 4 years term. That means, and then for the councillors, and we don't have, everybody has the opportunity, and in this 4 years term. And then actually from that equal representation perspective, representation across city, and then that means some ward and is not represented in certain committees. And then I think from that perspective, if we were talk about equity, we talk about all the equal opportunity to present. And then this motion just to support that. And plus, I already heard, and from my ward, and for certain committees and certain councillor is not there. And then I think it would be standard.
Great,
and
thank
across
you.
committee.
And I guess to administration, why do we have some committees that are 18 months and some are 4 years?
So the reason, and all of these committees were struck up at different times. So for city manager, city auditor, performance evaluation, the work is generally centered around a certain few months within the year. So if we change that committee membership, it's possible that one committee, if it was all new members, wouldn't have a particular role to play. It's also for continuity, to make sure that there's consistent people, members of council working with the consultants to work through both of those processes. When audit committee changed over and we had public members added in, it was at that point that the membership then moved over to be consistent for the whole 4 years. And again, utility committee is relatively new as well, and at the time when it was constructed, it was seen as a standing committee, but the membership was for the whole term of council, which used to be 3 years.
Yeah, that's great. And again, all council members are welcome to sitting on meetings, even though to represent, their constituency, even if they're not on that committee. Correct?
That is correct in your bylaw.
Yes. And so, yeah, just I guess, and you know what? It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. I guess to the mover, given that we can all sit on any committee, and I think what I've seen of this council is 99% of the time we're all there anyhow. I don't understand what the benefit would be, and I think it's also a great time for us to do team building as well on those committees. Is it just for, I guess, maybe public perception that you're on certain committees? Or?
Public's perception is just one piece of this. And then specifically, if you look at what the represented means through from our votes. So if you're not in certain committee, you don't have votes. However, for the standing committees, every councillor has the opportunity to rotate it and into the 16 months committee, and you have votes for that. I think this is a public perception for that. And then for the continuity, you didn't ask this question. Sorry, I just answered your question.
No, because continuity is a concern for me, because I'm on audit committee, and I think if I had to switch over to utility committee in a few months from now.
And then I don't think this is the difference from other standing committee. Other standing committee, you are facing the issues differently and every 16 months. And then that is still, if we can do in that way, why we cannot just use the same principle to do those committees as well? It's the same, because each committee has a different focus and different issues.
Yeah, I mean, even though your vote wouldn't count, you can still voice your opinion at those committee meetings.
Yes, I agree, and no difference for that. And then my question is why we cannot make all the committee for 16 months? If every question we ask here is the same as the other community. Why other community cannot make 4 years and just 16 months? So I think that is the same principle and the same logic behind.
And to the clerk, I think you provided the rationale as to why, like, the performance review committee is done, so that that's only meets occasionally, I guess?
Yep. But again, if council wants to change the appointment so that all standing committees rotate on a 16-month basis, we're happy to make that change. And then after the bylaw changes come forward, then you would need to tell us, then you would make your appointments, I'll say it that way.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I do see the value of the continuity on these committees. Particularly for something like utility committee, just a point of process though. So if there was an individual councillor who maybe felt that she was not giving a committee all the attention it deserved, and there was another councillor that was interested in that committee, what's the process of sort of individual swaps?
Everybody serves at the pleasure of council. If you want to make changes, I haven't seen it happen in my time here, but that doesn't mean that it can't happen. So if you would like to have individual changes, again, council, tell us what you would like, and then we'll make that happen.
And that would just be a process. Would it be like bringing a motion forward, or what would that look like?
I would say as a first step, I would talk to the mayor or the chair of council and then take it forward from there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Hamilton.
That's an interesting suggestion, because I was going to suggest that perhaps as well, if only because, and I think we talked about this a year ago, you don't always know what you're getting into. And 4 years, this can be a long time. But I did have a question for Mr. Seabrook. I'm not going to try and catch him too off guard. But as I recall, in utility committee, for instance, there was some training that went. For instance, you brought in someone to understand how the PBRs rolled out, and that is not an acronym for PAPS Blue Ribbon. That is an acronym for performance-based rates.
Correct. We did offer some training because we did expand the membership. I believe we went from 4 to 6 council members in the last term. So there was some instructional information provided to the new members to bring them along up to speed with their other members of the committee.
So with a whole new rotation, you'd probably have to do that multiple times a term.
With a whole new rotation would be very difficult, and the continuity certainly adds value to not only working with us, but also Epcor, the utility, and the utility advisor.
And I remember the performance-based rate setting process so vividly. And that only happens about once a term. So it happens, like, I think the next PBR rate setting is 25 and the one after that is 26. So you could have counselors who do not have that institutional knowledge of a process, who may in 5 or 6 years find themselves in the midst of a process that at best I think is challenging to navigate.
That could be a potential challenge if there wasn't sufficient continuity.
That's really helpful. And I look at the clerk, as I recall, one of the reasons the standing committees are standing is because we have, I want to say, dozens of those sort of exec, CPSC, and urban planning committee meetings a year. Maybe not urban planning, but ideally we'd have multiple urban planning committees a year. But that we only tend to have between 4 and 6 of the standing committees.
Yeah, so the 3 that are referenced in the motion meet on much less frequency, and the rest of them, you're absolutely right. The last change, just for your information, that we made to the appointments was when council moved from 3 to 4 years. It used to change, membership used to change every year.
Yep. And that's helpful, because you could go through, for instance, an entire 16-month rotation and maybe only see 6 or 7 meetings. Whereas ideally, after your rotational committees, you've been to at least 15 or 16, or 3 maybe if it's urban planning committee. That's enough urban planning committee jokes. Where it's going to get busy, not next year. Is that accurate? Yeah, all right. Thank you for that. I will say I am concerned about the sort of knowledge that having served on utility committee and enjoyed it for that term, I do see the value in having that institutional knowledge there and having folks who understand what the process is. And I very much appreciated Councillor Henderson's leadership there when he was there, because we needed it at that time. But I would be in favor of maybe a one-to-one swap before I'll say the organizational meeting in October, because I think it is fair to say that you could get a year into or 9 months into the process and realize that you would enjoy having standing on another committee instead. So I would be more in favor of that kind of process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Salvador. Just to speak. Any more questions? Seeing none. To speak, I'll go to Councillor Salvador.
Yep, thank you. And just I'll be brief. I appreciate Councillor Rice bringing this forward. I can't support it. And just reflecting on my short time on utility committee, I think the depth and complexity of the work that we're doing and the information that we are processing not only requires continuity, but it requires time. And I'm still learning every utility committee meeting. And I think that shorter terms may actually make that work less productive and less efficient. So for that reason, I'm not inclined to support this. All councillors are free to participate in those discussions, and I think we learned that there are opportunities for individual swaps if that is so desired, and that conversation can start with the mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I was going to try to suggest, could we amend the motion to be on a individual basis, but since we're at speaking point, I won't support it on as presented, but would encourage anybody wanting to switch out, recognizing what Councillor Hamilton has said. Preferences might change. I guess to approach the mayor, would that be right? Initially?
I believe you're speaking to.
You're speaking now.
Okay, so I would just encourage those to approach the mayor. Thank you.
Speaking. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tan.
Yeah, just very quickly, I'm not supporting this motion. I think committee memberships comes with huge responsibilities, and I'm always reminded that in these seats, not only do we represent our ward, but also the city as a whole. And through individual committee membership, we've also had lots of opportunities to work with each other on ward-specific motions or issues or reports. And I think what we heard from administration today around issues of consistency and continuity are hugely valid and are the basis for why currently the structure is. And we haven't even finished out our first 18-month term on the standing committee, let alone changing that up. And I don't think it's a good use of our staff's time to work on a report such as this. So at this time, I would not be supporting this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tan. Councillor Knapp.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I think some of the comments have already been said about, in particular, I would highlight the carryover in utility committee, and that's not to, as an audit committee member, I don't mean to diminish those of us on audit, but in particular, I find utility committee to be incredibly complex, and I would not like to see a forced change. I would highlight, and I think this happened in my first term, if I remember, there was a change between former councillors Nicol and Banga at one point where they wanted to swap committees. And so I think that to save us the trouble of a report, to me, that is exactly what we should be doing. If anyone wants to change committees on those ones in particular, audit, utility, and the city auditor's city manager performance evaluation, that's one where I think it's perfectly reasonable to ask folks to see if folks are willing to change. And then if so, from the way I understood it, they didn't even have to go to the mayor first. They first confirmed amongst themselves that they were interested, and then it was brought forward in the form of a motion, and council voted on it and approved it. And to me, that is the way we should do it. I think that makes perfect sense, and I would encourage that to be the approach for this. So I don't think we need to do a report for it because I think it is really that simple. It's if somebody wants to do it, they should, and then find someone to change with. But I just really want to stress that for me, I find that the institutional knowledge piece on some of these particular committees is quite helpful, and it's something that I heard Councillor Hamilton earlier talk about former Councillor Henderson, and I would say, having watched the meetings over the years where he was chairing that, it was really valuable for me to be able to listen in and learn, even though I wasn't a voting member of that committee. But I had that chance to listen in, learn, and yet still have him taking the lead on that as somebody that's been around for a while. So I think there's value in seeing that carryover. So I won't support this, but I appreciate that there might be a desire to change. And again, I would highly encourage folks to look at that individually. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Anyone else to speak? I see none. Councillor Rice to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Really appreciate my colleagues share their thoughts on this. And also, I really want to say thank you, Councillor Knack, and to a point that's easy approach, and because that is my original attention and is not about the request report. And it's just the wording and come back as a motion. So my intention is just to try to figure out what the process we could do. We could make some change. So I would like to say that equal representation is really important and for all Edmontonians and across city. And I understand based on the current appointments, and yes, we are have 4 years, and that means the 4 years councillor in that 4 years term, we don't have an opportunity to represent their ward in other committees. I think that is one thing I would like to address and through this motion. Another thing I heard about the institutional knowledge or continuity, business continuity. I really would like to say the opportunity for the new councillors, specifically this new council, we have 8 new councillors. And we do need the opportunity to take that as our own responsibility and to learn the knowledge. And then I believe that you will agree with me if you don't need votes. And so for that learning, maybe it's not that intensive as you have to vote. And then, so I think that principle and then actually gave us opportunity and in the different committee and to represent our constituents. And I don't say that continuity or institutional knowledge will be lost, and because you are still coming to the committee, you still like participate in the committee meeting, and then so your knowledge will not lost. And if you're not a member in that committee. So I didn't say there is any strong reason and this change cannot be happened or cannot be implemented. And it's specific from consistent and term perspective. If all committees see the 16 months consistent term, that means we have that awareness to take our own responsibility to learn and to move around and to represent our own constituents and in the different committee. So I encourage my councillors and reconsider this and from that big picture and cross-city perspective. And thank you very much and for allowing me to put this motion on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay, that was 10.4. And next one is 2021 Edmonton Police Services Annual Report. I moved that on behalf of Councillor Tang. She wasn't here. So, Councillor, at this time I will go to Councillor Tang to move the motion.
Sorry, I had to look up the wording for it. I don't see it. Oh, hang on one second. That administration will work with the Edmonton Police Commission to present the 2021 Edmonton Police Services Annual Report at a meeting in the fall prior to budget deliberations.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Hamilton seconded it. Councillor Tank, can you please introduce the motion?
Yeah, I think this is a fairly straightforward motion, but just want to share a bit of an intent. The goal here is to really get everyone speaking the same language when it comes to discussing issues around policing or police funding. One of the recommendations from Safer for All report focuses funding on performance, but often I find when it comes to these kinds of conversations, that performance piece is often lacking in this chamber, which I understand the limitation due to our governance structures as legislated through the various acts. The EPS annual report was released this April, which I read with great interest, and I'm sure the commission has pored over it in great details. And I'm very interested in hearing the commission's take, their critique of the report, their thoughts and reflections on policing metrics and performance measures that strive to answer the questions, do we have good police service and are we getting value for money? And more importantly, as we know policing is constantly evolving, what metrics are missing and what are some of the ideas to fill that gap? So I think the goal here is for a focused conversation between council and commission prior to us digging into the funding formula discussion on the budget. And the budget deliberation, and I had intended this to come earlier in the season, just so that clerk's office have ample time to coordinate the meeting date with the commission, and hopefully this doesn't delay too much. And if there's a way to tie this with the financial outlook meeting as discussed earlier this morning, I think that could be, another scenario as well. I know it's not the usual practice, but I think it's a good exercise for all of us to be on the same page with the commission. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tank. Councillor Hamilton, questions?
I only had a friendly, which I think is super friendly now, that because of Councillor Rutherford's motion this morning, perhaps aligning those two on a special agenda. But
So those are the quarterly updates?
Yeah.
The next quarterly update is coming to council when?
Mid-November.
That will be,
okay, perhaps I misunderstood then. So I withdraw the suggestion.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mayor. So the first question is to administration, and then Edmonton Police Service Annual Report is already to have, or this is extra additional report. So it's my understanding they do have the annual report.
That is my understanding as well, that they do have an annual report. This motion is asking them to come to council to present that report.
To present a report from 2021. So that report is specifically 2021 report, right?
That is what the motion says. That's correct, Councillor Rice.
So I do believe we heard this presentation twice, if not 3 times. So no? To 2021, not yet?
Councillor Rice, I don't believe this has been to council yet. The motion is for that report to come to council.
Okay, so the presentation and then provided to council is a different report. This would
be a different report, yes, Councillor Rice.
Okay, so I just want to get a clarification for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So I'm just wondering, the police funding formula, is that coming to council with budget deliberations or prior to?
So originally the motion said to come with budget deliberations, but it's my understanding that we're working to try and bring it to you earlier if possible.
Okay. So then to the mover, do we want to, do you want this report to come before the police funding formula, along with the police funding formula, or should we specify the police funding formula in here?
I mean, I don't know about the wording change, but I think the intent is that, before we talk about dollars, let's talk about metrics. And I think there's a lot of things to dig into, and I'm just very curious to hear the diverse perspectives from the commissioners. Yeah, because I would hesitate to go into a funding formula discussion when we're not necessarily always on the same page around, what are we talking about?
So can I add a friendly amendment that it's prior to police funding formula and budget deliberation?
That'll be probably the due date, right, so.
Yeah, if we can just have a little bit of flexibility, you don't have a lot of council meetings.
Yeah.
You only have one council meeting in September, 2 in October, then you're into budget. So we'll do our very best to have them staggered, but no guarantees, because we'll have to reach out to the commission and we'll have to
Yeah.
work with the CFO and make sure we can
Keep it
align all
open.
of the dates.
Yeah, so I think that was the original intent, is to keep it more flexible. Thank you for that reminder.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor. Right, Councilor Jans?
I was wondering if the councillor has considered emailing or has tried asking the police commission for information that she's been looking for.
I think it's worthwhile for it to be a public discussion, and that's kind of, why I wanted to put this motion here.
I'm wondering, I guess, I have a couple things to say in debate, but I'm wondering, Councilor Paquette had a very good motion last year about doing a audit of sorts, and that didn't come to fruition. I think we asked the commission, or we didn't ask the commission, we decided not to ask the commission, but I think there was a feeling that the commission was going to do some performance or some audit or something that they were going to show for it. We had a bit of a discussion this morning about the police not coming to answer questions. I'm wondering.
They were not invited. I think it's very important.
They were not invited?
No, I mean, very important for us to understand that process is that in order, we needed to give direction to administration to include police in our delegation. So we need to be very careful that we are not making any mischaracterization of their lack of presence here. Right? It's not that they didn't come. They were not in part of the delegation because we did not give direction to administration to include them in part of delegation.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm wondering to the mover, what are, to flip your question, what is the problem we're trying to solve?
Yeah, I think we've tried to have several funding discussions in this chamber, and I always find it, evolve to moving away from this conversation really about, performance. And there's a lot of politics involved. This discussions can get really contentious, and I think the goal here is to actually address this problem of, can we have a more focused conversation? Because so far, I feel like we haven't, and I haven't really had, I don't feel like we've really fully heard from the various perspectives, because I don't really feel like we've really given them the chance. So if the commission is currently working and they have things to bring forward about this question around performance, I am all ears, and I think this is an opportunity to hear that.
Okay, so it's creating a space for dialogue where the commission would come and share, and council could ask questions of the commission.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think I'm hoping we've had a few facilitated meetings, council meetings with commission, and I think if that format is doable in this way, and we can have a bit more of a dialogue, including maybe council can share too things that we think is missing. I feel like that could be the conversation.
Okay, I guess I'm wondering, where's the line between, are we directing the commission if we're asking them to, emphasize certain things or de-emphasize certain other things? I'm wondering, is this even a feasible request? If we ask them to, to report on something, we don't direct the commission. That's been made very clear to us, that the commission is self-directing and the service is self-directing and self-governing. And yeah, I'm just trying to I'm trying to overlay the convoy conversation onto this and trying to think of this,
So, I think the goal here is for a meeting, and I want to put this on public record that I would like this meeting to happen in an effort to work with them around some of these really challenging issues that come up daily. I think the goal isn't necessarily to give direction, as always, but to open up that dialogue.
And Councillor Jans, the motion is on side, so the motion really just speaks to administration work with the EPC. So I think as you get more into the directive mode that around budget, you have more of a role, a directive role. Does that help?
It does. I guess I'm wondering about building false expectations in the community that we can actually do anything about police in this city.
Well, you can, when it comes to budget time, you've got a big decision to make around budget.
But even then, we can't say how that budget gets allocated one way or another.
Well, not how it gets allocated, but when you think about the decisions you make about a budget, your bylaw speaks to getting sufficient information to enable council to determine financial requirements for policing service. So it,
right.
You're
yeah.
Okay.
I respectfully, yes, thank you, and I would support the direction of my colleague. I think ultimately the intention is here, and all we can do is keep asking and hope that they meet us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Jans, can you move the second round?
Just to speak.
Oh, just to speak, sorry. Councillor Hamilton to speak. Okay, anyone else have any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
and there's a little friendly amendment you're suggesting, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, well, and just in reflecting on the wording that Councillor Rutherford used this morning, just to be consistent, council can always invite the police commission. The police commission doesn't report to administration, so just to be very, very clear, if we could just make that teeny tiny change.
So administration invite?
No,
sorry,
council is inviting.
Council invite. Okay, council invite, Edmonton City Council, Police Commission. Okay, that's friendly? Okay, that's friendly. Okay. All right, anyone else questions? Questions? No questions? All right, to speak. Councillor Hamilton.
I just wanted to speak in support of this. I heard some sort of conversation around this being publicly available, and I agree. This is something that council today can go and view the report. Any member of the public can go and view that report. But I think it's an opportunity for a more nuanced conversation around those key performance indicators. And I think some of the tension within that conversation around KPIs, around there being a provincial role in, and that's not an assertion, that's through the Alberta policing standards that say you must measure X, Y, and Z. And I don't think that's always been clear in the past, and I actually think it's been to the detriment of these sort of nuanced policy conversations because, for instance, there were requests for council to, or the police commission to do things that by provincial law and by the policing standards you are not allowed to do. Or you are not allowed to take resources out of. And I think it's really helpful for council going into budget to understand that baseline of where the province says you must provide service to frame up conversations around the finances piece. So I think we're all the better for having this information, having these types of conversations, and maybe there are things in policing standards that across across jurisdictions, you know, there's a question about the utility of. So I think that there is an opportunity here to have a really good conversation, and I think focused outside of the lens of finance to articulate what Edmontonians are looking for from their police service. So thank you. I'll support this.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none, Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
This is a good motion. I think it'll be very valuable conversation. I think we need to have more conversation with the Police Commission in a public forum to understand all the work that is being done by Edmonton Police Service to keep our communities safe, and also having a discussion about the holistic approach to community safety and well-being. And out of that conversation, there might be opportunities where we look forward to making our service more financially sustainable, because we have huge challenges related to budget. So maybe out of those conversations, we can have discussions around what areas that police should be focusing less in, maybe focusing more in certain areas, and how we look into various functions in a way that is more collaborative approach, but also still within the domains of the Police Act, right? That we respect that. So I look forward to that conversation, and I hope that Edmonton Police Commission will take on this invitation and come make a presentation to council. I hope it is done quicker. That we, after the presentation, we have an opportunity to kind of reflect on the presentation, and then leading into discussion on budget. That maybe some of that the content in the presentation will probably have some sway on how we look at police budget as well, right? So look forward to this conversation happening well in advance of the budget. I hope so. Yeah. And I will take the chair back.
You have the chair.
And I will go to Councillor Tang to close.
And just very briefly, I think when it comes to really complex discussions, I always find it helpful to think of things in, a stage-wise approach. And I think one of the first steps is to kind of understand the substance of what we're talking about. And I think this is the annual report, I think, actually serves as a good starting point for that. And so I just want to say I really appreciate some of the input and collaboration from my council colleagues in this. And I look forward to the response from the commission.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, next one is 10.5, additional support for industrial development, Fulton Creek Business Park, and I'll go to Councillor Cartmel to make the motion.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I move that administration provide a report that outlines the following. Number one, the opportunities and trade-offs for providing up to 100% of the incremental tax revenue to go towards the over-expenditures as defined in City Policy C592, Industrial Infrastructure Cost Sharing Program, for over-expenditures for Fulton Creek Business Park at 6010 30th Street Northwest in Edmonton, and two, any potential adjustments to City Policy C592, Industrial Infrastructure Cost Sharing Program, and an engagement process to provide additional support for industrial development.
I'll go to Councillor Wright to second it.
Second.
Councillor Wright? Okay, good. Thank you, Councillor Wright. So go ahead, make the introduction, please.
Great, thank you. So this is oddly specific, but also somewhat generic, depending on how this work flows. And I'll try my best to sort of explain this, and I'm sure Ms. McCabe will correct my errors here. Effectively, we have a situation where the first land developer into a particular area fronts the costs for the first stuff that goes, the first set of infrastructure, the pipes, wires, conduits, and cables that go in the ground, the curbs, the lights, the street poles. And through levy mechanisms, they get paid back in two ways. One from levies that subsequent land developers pay to the city, and they get paid back through the incremental property tax that is realized when those areas are developed and the values are enhanced, when buildings are built, generally speaking. The cap on the property tax element of that reimbursement is at 50% of the increment. So if land is developed and a building is built and their taxes go up by 100, 50 goes to the city, 50 goes to that developer that is first in. In this particular instance, the proponent intends to develop the first piece of land and make that overinvestment and then develop buildings, which in effect creates the property tax lift that we hope to realize and stands as a benefit to subsequent land owners and builders that might come along. But essentially there's a double jeopardy thing there in that they have to overpay to build the original utilities to service the land, and they only get reimbursed half of the property tax increment that they are actually creating by virtue of the development. So in this specific instance, does it make sense to give them 100% back until they're reimbursed? And is there some learnings through that might be applied to the policy? And I did that in 2 minutes. Thank you.
That was a very complicated thing to explain, but thank you for doing that. I really appreciate that. Very good information that I didn't know at least about it. Okay, so questions. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I want to focus on point 2 because I support everything. It's fine. We should absolutely do this. It's tying into point 2. I just want to check if there's anyone here who can speak to the work that was previously approved about the industrial, we'll call it the industrial renewal program that we've started down the path of, particularly for pertaining to unserviced, but also sort of vacant industrial lands.
I can speak, Councillor Knack, to the high level of that work, but if you want to get more granular, I'm not sure if there's somebody here who will be able to answer those questions.
Okay, I guess for me, what I was curious about is that if I remember where we left off, the last council had unanimously approved an amount of funding to essentially begin the planning work for what it would take to service our industrial lands to allow them to exist in a different state. I believe that work is still scheduled to come as part of our budget deliberations. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe it is, Councillor Knack.
Okay. Will we get, and so to the question of point 2 in this motion, is that connected in your mind? I just want to make sure I'm not losing what I think is a really valuable point in some of the other work that's underway, and making sure we can align those conversations so that we're not just doing one industrial area, that we're having that sort of fulsome industrial area conversation at budget with the right context of the numbers.
Yeah, great observation, Councillor Knack. And I would say there's, if this motion passes, there'd be this body of work that would be underway. In advance of the budget process, there's also a body of work in the corporation underway, looking through all of the capital budget asks and asking which ones will help support industrial development in our city. And then there's going to be a third body of work that would be underway in the department in 2023 that will look at the previous 2014 industrial investment strategy and ask the questions, are these the right actions? Do we need to do more actions? What are the things that we need to do to be able to protect that tax base? And that would be advancing to Urban Planning Committee in 2023. Great.
The other piece, and again, just a flag, I'm not sure how it fits into this, is that we did do a cost-sharing arrangement back in 2015 or 2016, I think, with Keytech in Winterburn Industrial. This would look to go maybe a little beyond what we did there, which I think actually might make perfect sense for achieving our ultimate goals. But I'm just wondering that we'll be able to pull from the knowledge of what worked and in certain cases what didn't work with that example to help inform what we would do in point 1 here.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much, and thanks to the mover for bringing this forward. I think, I think I'm incredibly excited about industrial development, or the need to support more of that in our community. So just wanted to clarify too, so that 100% of uplift, that's just into the value of the investments that they've made in so after a certain amount of years, or again, that accumulated value, that would phase out.
Yeah, they would only get dollars back until they've recouped their initial overspend on the infrastructure investment. Yes.
Perfect. Because again, I think what's so exciting about industrial development is the taxes that they provide to the general community, but makes absolute sense to kind of de-risk that initial upfront cost. Love the second point as well, to look at this more broadly, not just at this specific site. In terms of some of that additional work highlighted in part 2, would the city potentially explore full tax exemptions, so paying no taxes for a certain number of years, or again, maybe that's just an accelerated way to pay back the value of their initial investment as well?
I'm not sure that we can comment on that at this time. We need to do some strategy work to be able to inform the answer to that question.
Okay, but it would be in the mix of consideration?
If we're allowed to do it, Ms. Padbury?
We're just struggling with is the notion that you would or exempt taxes until the over expenditure is paid back?
Well, I think there's two ways. So I know, for example, Fort Saskatchewan, they just had a full property tax exemption for 5 years, as far as I understand. So this one property paid no taxes for 5 years. I think another approach would be So it would be not just the tax uplift, but the base tax to the point of paying back their investment.
So, I mean, I don't think there's anyone from assessment and taxation here. I think it's Bill 7 gives us pretty broad powers. We'd need to look at what the implications of those are. It's one thing to redirect the uplift. It's an entirely different thing to forgive taxes, and that then has implications where the tax gets redistributed to everyone else. So we'd need to do some work to see what the implications of that are.
And Councillor Stevenson, this, the second part of this motion wouldn't look at that holistic body of work. That's part of the department's work plan in 2023. What this motion would say is, are there other opportunities where we should look at the policy that's already currently approved by council and have exemptions to it for the industrial infrastructure cost sharing program? But your ideas that you're suggesting here would be looked at as part of that larger body of work in 2023.
Great. Okay, excellent to hear that that's underway, and yeah, appreciate some of the implications of different approaches. But again, I think we can be I'm looking forward to some ideas coming forward about how we can be more proactive and aggressive in getting that industrial development.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I do want to encourage more industrial development, and if this is one way to do it, great. And both parts of the motion will be in the report before budget. Is that right?
That is the intention, yes.
Okay. I was just wondering if they were going to be standalone. Okay, so can you explain to me, because Councillor Cartmel has, and it still hasn't sunk in. So we are looking at changing from 50% back to the developer and increasing it to 100%.
Yeah, so what the industrial investment, do you mind if I
go
into a little bit detail here? Okay, the industrial cost sharing program, really what it's intended to do is to look at risk and for the developer to get paid back. So what happens in industrial development is the first developer goes in and they unlock a larger body of land. What is challenging for industrial development in our city is it's not knowing when that next developer is going to come in and the next developer is going to go in. So the very first developer that goes in, they have to pay for all of the roads, all of the sewer, everything to make that land developable. But they don't know when they're going to be paid back. So what we did with the industrial investment cost sharing program was it allows for the front end developer to get 50% of their tax uplift back through the taxes based on what they put in. What this motion is saying is that we have a single situation where the 50% isn't going to be big enough in Fulton Creek to potentially unlock all of that land. So the motion is directing administration to look at what if it wasn't 50%? What if it was that the developer could get paid back for up to 100%? What would the benefit to the city be as a result of that?
Okay, yeah, I was good up to that point. But then how do we recoup that other 50%?
The other 50%, the developer they put in, and they get paid back through the subsequent developers that go in and develop that land.
Okay, but we're giving them 100% up front.
If this motion passes and we look at the analysis for 100%, then we'd have to work through exactly what would happen when other developers come in. Where that levy would go.
Okay, so that's what I was wondering about, the levies, because they get it either 50% from us and 50% from the levies. So then would those levies then be redirected to the city after they've reached that 100%?
I think there shouldn't be a private developer making money off of the city unlocking land here. So we'd have to make sure that we come up with a process that is fair and equitable and that the city is recognized for the risk that we take up front in order to unlock that land.
Okay, because I can see giving them the benefit of that right up front, but I wouldn't want us and our property taxpayers to lose out in the end having to pay more. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I agree. It's oddly specific, but it has potential impact citywide. So I guess I just want to clarify something then. The Industrial Revolving Fund, how does this relate to that? And does it fill a gap?
The industrial revolving fund was replaced by the industrial investment cost sharing program.
Gotcha.
Back in 2014, and as part of the department's work in 2023, which will be led by Alyssa Laberté, who's our branch manager of economic investment services. We'll look at all of these tools that we have right now and ask the question, are these the right tools?
Okay. Like I have a, I think a one-off situation in my area where it's not so much industrial, but it's residential commercial, but facing a lot of the very similar parallel challenges as like the first developer to go in and provide all those infrastructure. And I understand this is industrial and it's, two different buckets, but do you foresee for that second piece any learnings that could potentially benefit this other bucket of conversation?
I mean, there's always learnings that can benefit other bodies of work in the corporation as a whole. Really, the focus of this is industrial development, though, because of the large contribution that industrial development makes to our tax base, and we want to protect that tax base.
Okay. Well, maybe that other bucket might be something down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Constantine. Constantine Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Support for industry development will benefit for our city's economic development. That's very important.
That's correct.
Yeah, so my question is about the first one for the over expenditures. So is the over expenditures or is so often happen, or is just happened really weird? And then how we address those type of over expenditures?
Over expenditures are a very typical component of any type of development in our city, in that the first developer that goes in pays for all of the infrastructure. And then the subsequent developers that come in pay that first developer back. So the idea with industrial development is it's not known when that's going to happen, so that the city has this program to help with that.
So for that cost share program.
Yes.
So if this motion passed, so this more beneficial to all the developers. So not specific for this one case, right?
Well, point one is specific to one development that will potentially impact other developers because the land will be readied. And then the second part of the motion is to make sure that we look at this from a more holistic point of view and say, are there other opportunities in the city where we could offer this and it would unlock more industrial land?
Okay, so then over expenditures is not under our city side, is more on the developer side.
That's probably a correct assessment, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Constantine Rice. Constantine Jans.
I have to admit I'm a little bit skeptical, but I'm also curious, so I'm willing to support the proposal to hear more. And I note that the part there as trade-off, that also we would learn more about this. So I just look to Ms. McCabe that as the administration reads the wording of the motion, it's not, do you read it as a sliding scale? That is it 100 yes or no, or would administration potentially come back with maybe 78% is the correct number, or something like that? I'm just curious. I think I hear the mover saying, looking at how to de-risk this, how to go forward, but I'm not sure if it has to be a full 100. And yeah, so I'm just looking to try and understand what we'll get back.
You're correct, Councillor Jans. It doesn't need to be a full 100. I don't know exactly what you'll get back yet because we've got some work to do, but it could be a sliding scale between 50 and 100, and we need to look at what the risks are for the city, as well as the opportunities for the city through that.
Would that be amenable to the mover as well? Is that the intention, I guess?
Well, I think there's some presupposition in all of this. I think if we just leave it open and understanding, Ms. McCabe's comments to earlier questions, that this is part of a bigger body of work, that, we can tease all of that out once the reports and the analysis comes back.
Right. And sorry, pardon my ignorance here. How much of this is already decided by our regional growth framework and some of those other pieces? Is this already contemplated within that, or didn't we have some sort of a cost-sharing agreement, or is this sort of what Councillor Knack was already asking about?
Councillor Jans, I think what you're referring to is collaborative economic development. There is a cost-sharing agreement with our surrounding municipalities, but this is very specific to Edmonton and unlocking industrial land within Edmonton.
Okay, excellent. Yep, well, then my skepticism is assuaged, and I'm pleased to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair?
I have the
Thank you.
chair.
So I look forward to this report, but my worry is that now there's quite a bit of demand for industrial land, and supply is low, and as we get into future years, there might be a slowdown in the economy. So I'm just going to worry about the losing opportunity right here. So I know you're going to do that work in 2023, but is there a way to kind of expedite some of this?
I can take a look at that with the department and see what we can do to expedite the work, Mr. Mayor, but I do know we're very active in working with the NAOP Industrial Developers Group, and they're aware that we've got these policies that if we needed direction from council for any one specific development, similar to what's here today, that we would make sure we bring those opportunities to you so we wouldn't lose them.
Yeah, because we need to be aggressive on industrial development. It's hard on developers to pick up that upfront cost, right? And because access to capital is not cheap, right? And there's some money tied up in that, right? So, yeah, okay, good. No, I look forward to this. And thank you, Councillor Cartmel, for bringing it forward. I'll take the chair back. I got the chair back?
Yeah, you have the chair.
All right. Okay. Any more questions? Seeing none, to speak? Anyone to speak? I see none. Councillor Cartmel to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And maybe just to offer some comment back, first of all, it's important to know that whether it's 50% or 100% or whatever the lift is, the dollars only flow back until the overinvestment is paid back. And then ultimately, if all is successful, we have land development in this space, we have the first buildings in this space, and the city reaps the reward of property tax until the end of time. So, we forego that for a short period of time to allow this developer to get their dollars back more quickly. And I think because in this particular instance, there's both a land development component and a building development component that if we don't do this is ultimately at risk. We're actually trying to accelerate this particular development and see if that acceleration actually has value in other places. There's other strategies. I'm not sure, Mayor Sohi, that the market agrees necessarily that we don't have a lot of land. It's accessing that land. It is the logistics part of that land which speaks to, frankly, roadway accessibility. And you yourself brought a motion about ramps up in the northwest corner that would connect to the Henday, which provides that logistics and that roadway connection. So, picking off these perhaps oddly specific strategies in particular areas to activate these spaces is part of that early day strategy that might take advantage of the current demand in the market, but ultimately we need to examine all of these tools and see which apply on a longer term basis and what is advantageous to the city in terms of economic development and activity development and the increased opportunity not just for property taxes but for employment and creativity and innovation. And all of that kind of blends together. So this is a bit of a shot, but I think it's a shot that will prove that there is an opportunity here and an opportunity to employ some of these more imaginative and site-specific tools going forward. So I encourage you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. And the next one is 10.7 Specialized Recreation Programming. Councillor Rutherford, please make the motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I move that the city auditor includes as part of the proposed 2023 Office of the City Auditor Work Plan an audit of the City of Edmonton specialized recreation programming and accommodations for equity-seeking groups, including at a minimum on assessment of accessibility to city-run programs for all Edmontonians, incorporating the diverse needs associated with age, gender, ability, family status, ethnicity, race, religion, and income level. And 2, assessment of equitable access to city policies and processes related to recreation programming.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang, you want to second that?
Second.
Second by Councillor Tang. Okay, to
Can I-
make the introduction, please.
I would love to make the introduction. So the intent of this motion is really to examine our policies and processes to ensure all Edmontonians have equitable access to recreation and programming. And I think we've all heard much discussion about how important recreation is to community well-being. But we all need to be able to have that equal access. I did put an inquiry forward back in April that city-run talking about city-run specialized programming, and did receive a memo from administration in May, which for me did highlight some concerns and gaps in our system. I originally was going to do a notice of motion to bring this forward as a motion at audit committee, but the audit committee meeting was canceled, and I wanted to make sure that this got on the city auditor's radar so that they can work on their work plan. So I want to also highlight that this isn't the final decision point on whether we do this audit or not. This will come back to audit committee with the rest of the proposed audits for 2023. And at that point, we can assess, the budgetary impact. We can assess if that's a priority compared with other things there. So I do want to highlight that this is not absolutely guaranteeing that this goes forward in 2023, but I do want it to be a part of that discussion, similar to what you would expect an unfunded service package with budget. So with that, I think that I heard from the city manager that they welcome this audit and they think that this would be great. I think based on what we as a council have said many times in terms of inclusion and accessibility, that this would be a great thing for us to explore and learn what we're doing really well, but also where we can strengthen, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, just very briefly, I really appreciate you bringing this forward, and I agree it can be a great chance to highlight some of the things that are working really well and just where we can improve also. Just wondering, this is maybe a bit of a nuance, but it's like sometimes I know that there are barriers for certain sports. For example, cricket has come up, roller derby, for example, and I think that, do you think, is the intent that this scope would also include some of those, like facility programming questions?
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, because I did this notice of motion before that discussion on the soccer facilities, and then it did twig to me, but I guess that would be a question I'd ask the city auditor if those non-city run can even be in the scope, because that would be something
Well, and this is more like not allowing, or for example, we just don't have that many city-run cricket fields, and we
Yes.
don't have,
I
you can't
see.
play roller derby in city gyms, for example, city facilities.
Yes.
So, and I think that can intersect with some of the equity-seeking pieces.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that, maybe to admin, if that.
So the city auditor is here today.
Oh, city auditor, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I thought you had a mic there, sorry, Mr. Quad.
No, that's fine. It would be hard for me to scope an audit at this point without further understanding of, those roller derby opportunities or anything else. What I did do is note those as potential scope inclusions as we get into planning of an audit.
Great, thank you so much. Those are all my questions. Appreciate you bringing this forward.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. First question just to administration for the auditing work plan. Just try to understand the process and the role as a council member. Is there anything pieces bring into auditing work plan that needs approval from council or not? So how this audit work plan developed and how the items included?
Yeah, so the audit, so just from a process perspective, and I'll defer to the city auditor on what gets included. So the recommended work plan as presented by the city auditor will come to audit committee in November. Depending on that conversation, then that would, depending on what it is, it would either go up to council or not. The city council approves the work plan as well as the budget for the city auditor.
Okay, so my question is really about is this needs to become council discussion or just a discuss between the city auditor and to add this piece on, and because by that way, and then so from like the efficiency perspective, I just bring that.
So again, no one councillor can direct either the city manager or the city auditor. So it was my understanding in supporting the councillor Rutherford as well as working with the auditor to draft this. It was so that council could ask the auditor to include it in his recommended work plan to audit committee in the fall.
Okay. So I may follow up with city auditor and offline. And second question is about the income level in the motion. So the assessment and then we'll include other pieces and income level. So it's my understanding income is the information from federal government, CRA, and how we get that information to include in this assessment.
For this, are you asking me as the mover or administration?
Administration.
Because I
could
wrote
be
it.
okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
To
So I
administration.
just wondering how we get that data, income data, to include in the assessment process.
May I answer?
No, this is to administration. Go ahead.
So I think we wouldn't be able to get income data, but what we do have is programs that are established and they are things like the Leisure Access Pass and Ride Transit, where you qualify for those programs when you can prove your income.
Okay, that help answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So we'll break here. We'll be back at 3:45. Well, there are more questions. Councillor Jens has questions. Councillor Salvador has questions. No, and I have questions too, right? So, yeah. So, sorry, we have to take a break. 3:45. We'll be back. Okay. Are we ready, Madam Clerk?
We absolutely are.
Okay, would like to call this meeting back to order. And I will do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette is still away. Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton. She'll be joining us shortly. Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
There you are, Councillor Councillor Cartmill. Good afternoon. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right. Okay, we are on item 10.7. Councillor Jans, you have questions, right?
Yeah, I would say broadly to the mover, I'm supportive of this. I think it's an important conversation. Just wondering process-wise, why the auditor and why not a request of admin?
So I felt like, again, I did the inquiry, and in looking at some of the gaps, I felt that a bit more of a holistic approach, and I think audits are just really something that we should be embracing as lessons learned, like I said, to highlight what we're doing really well, but where we can also make improvements on that continuous learning culture that we are creating in this city. And so I just felt that this would really spark really good conversation. And then also, I do appreciate the audit approach of having the tracking of the recommendations and follow up on what's happened with those with that tracking as well.
Yeah, I've wondered about this, about how, and I can't remember if I dreamed that this report exists or like it came to me in a dream or it really exists, but there's a spreadsheet and it has like costs per swim, cost per playing hockey, cost per playing soccer, cost per falconing or whatever the activity. And I'm wondering, do we, and maybe this is a question to admin, what do we have already in terms of cost per pay to play? What already exists? And if we don't know, I can get a memo later, but yeah.
You did not imagine that? That actually does exist, where we have all of our services delineated.
Right. Yeah, maybe I'll ask for assistance finding that later, because I do think this is a really important conversation, especially ahead of capital, as, you know, we've seen Raleigh Miles, for instance, has been really pared down to a swimming pool and a squat rack and a number of dumbbells. Other centers have been, much more engaging. And I just saw we had the Quidditch Championship happening in Edmonton. So I think, as with our activities, so our consumer demand rapidly changing. So yeah, not to belabor it, but I will support it. And I'm just wondering if the mover wanted to elaborate about how getting this report could be helpful in our upcoming budget conversation.
It won't be helpful in this upcoming budget conversation because this is for the 2023 audit.
Okay.
So it would be in the city auditor's plan for 2023. So I mean, for any kind of supplementary budget adjustments we do, like the fall 2023 or onward, it could potentially be supportive of that. But in and of itself, it's not going to help with this big budget deliberation in December. But that being said, again, just to your comment about, yes, income level is one barrier, but I really feel like an audit also helps with that holistic purview, because there's many other both physical and psychological and financial and emotional barriers people face to recreation. And so I really wanted to look at, so for example, like what kind of sensory, for kids with sensory issues, what kind of play opportunities do they have? So I think it can be much bigger than also just income as well.
Right, and this could include playgrounds? All of the above?
It's city-run program, so I would say the Green Shack would count, but like the playgrounds infrastructure themselves would not count.
Got it. Okay. Well, the clarification's helpful. I misread that. So, operations, city-run, not capital. Got it. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Yeah. And this is to city auditor. I know it's like you can audit the existing programs to see if they meet the equity lens, but I want to ask questions related to Councillor Stevenson's earlier question about when we talk about equity, are we being inclusive in meeting the emerging needs of communities? For example, she talked about cricket. Field hockey is another emerging sport. Floor hockey, and there are small community-based soccer, hockey, community teams emerging, youth being, trained, run by cultural organizations. So I just trying to understand, maybe this more to administration, like what is our approach to truly being responsive to those emerging needs in the community, and then looking at, are we equitably serving those needs?
That's an absolutely great question, Mr. Mayor, and if someone from Community Services could provide some context to that question, but I also think that this audit will help uncover some of that as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree. And in terms of how do we know what the emerging needs are of the community, that's coming from community input. We are watching growth in other cities with our jurisdictional scans. That also gives us some clues as to what those new needs might look like.
Yeah, but I'm talking about groups that may not even be on the radar, on the city's radar, right? So, but these are small groups that are, maybe some of them start approaching us now through counselors and my office, so we're connecting them to community services. To city auditor, would this captures some of those, unmet emerging needs?
Thank you, Mayor. What I heard in response just now was great to hear.
Okay.
I jotted down some notes in terms of good processes to be able to assess what some of the emergent needs might be. One would be an environmental scan, which I heard, a jurisdictional scan. I think you can compare to good practices that are happening across municipalities right across the country, if not the world. You might want to look at some leading practices, but that research and insight can help inform what some good programs may be to meet potential gaps. So that's coming off the top of my head without studying the topic again, like a good auditor should.
Okay. Well, that's good. And my last question is related to the needs of the Indigenous communities and emerging needs, because our Indigenous population is growing, right? So would that be, that lens be applied here too, right?
Is that to administration or the auditor?
Yeah, to administration or to, as you kind of look at the whole landscape of programs and services.
Yeah, certainly, I'm not sure that this audit would be the only vehicle through which we do that assessment, though. I think we're always looking to ensure that our services are providing what the communities are looking for.
Okay, good. This is great. Really looking forward to this. And I'll take the chair back.
Return the chair.
Thank you so much. Councillor Hamilton, you are next.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Okay, I see your name on that list. Okay,
I think there's some wires got crossed. But we're all
okay,
good,
no
yeah.
worries. All right, that concludes the questions. No more questions on this. So anyone to speak? No one to speak. Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, I would just again thank everybody for consideration of this motion. I think that we have a great auditor, and so I think this will be a really great opportunity to dig into some discussion around some of those things. I think it's really important that we give the auditor the chance to do that scoping and come back with that, and then we can ask more of those questions about, what are the gaps, where maybe are we not even providing recreation. But at this stage, let's just get it onto the 2023 plan so that can be a part of the discussion, and I would really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
Sorry, I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Stevenson, did you say yes? Yeah, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Next one. 10.8, potential grazing strategies for weed control on city property. Councillor Jans, would you like to move the motion?
Thank you. I will to the clerk for the final wording here. But I believe it was, there we go, that I gave notice previously that requests for administration to prepare an unfunded service package for consideration by council during the 2023 to 2026 budget deliberations for the city to enable the use of goats and or grazing animals to assist with weed control on city property. This came out of a conversation with...
Just hold on, need a seconder.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Now you can make the introduction.
Thank you. So this came out of a number of conversations related to weed control, the conversation about knowing that Fort Saskatchewan is actively using flocks of sheep and goats and others, both as weed control, but also a more critical piece that I'm interested in is this educational opportunity to, especially for visitors, young people, kids. They're immensely popular. It's a very popular program. It was very popular in Rundle Park. I know Councillor Salvador raised this earlier too. So what I'm looking for is just an unfunded service package with more information. I believe previously the city had done it for 4 years. It kind of went on hiatus during COVID from, I asked Councillor Knack, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he mentioned it was just one of those things during the pandemic that was a challenge to continue. So yeah, I'm just looking to get more information, and if it's not in the cards for the budget, at least we can say we looked at it and we know what the costing is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you, and I definitely support the intent of this. But I guess question to administration, because I vaguely remember this coming up during the many conversations we've had about weeds. Why did it discontinue specifically? Was cost a consideration?
So, Councillor Tang, the program was actually, it was a 3-year pilot, so it was from 2017 to 2019, so that was the intent of the initial trial with the goats. So it did end, and we didn't reintroduce it during the pandemic. We had worked with Olds College on some assessment, so we did a follow-up report on that, and we do have that information available as well on the findings of the program.
So it was just that a pilot ended?
Correct.
And it was never brought forward again for continuation?
No,
Okay.
not during
Right.
the
pandemic.
The pandemic, and given how we're currently reassessing how we do deliver integrated pest management and the use of all the different herbicides and pesticides, this is one more tool in addition to those that would be part of an overall updated integrated pest management policy.
Mm-hmm. And that would be, and that the results that you did with the pilot and with Olds College will serve as the baseline for this report. So it sounds like you have all the information already to kind of get that estimate.
We do have initial cost estimates in comparison of using goats versus mechanical means versus herbicide type applications, and then also identify where goats are appropriate, and that's strictly from the weed control perspective. As Councillor Jans alluded to, there were many other benefits that we saw throughout the pilot.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I heard we had this 3 years pilot and ended 2019 due to COVID-19. Is the only reason, or are there other reasons we stopped that?
So after the pilot, we didn't reintroduce it. Part of it was the pandemic. Also, we weren't in a position to incorporate that in the existing budget plan. So we would identify that as a body of work if we were to go forward, that we would incorporate it into the existing plan.
So do we have the business case, compelling business case specifically to demonstrate that cost-effective analysis, also resources assessments, needs assessment as well?
So that would be part of this report that we have coming back. We didn't have a business case at the start to look at whether that was part of the pilot, was to do the assessment of how effective it would be, where it would be applicable. We've seen other jurisdictions use it, as Councillor Jans alluded to. So we did have indications of how successful it could be and where it could be used. But the assessment following the pilot, we do have all of that data that speaks to cost and application.
Specifically, do we have something from staffing and resources needs, from like care the animals needs, and from feed medical cares needs, and in terms of all these type of things, and then for us be able to implement this for that type of analysis?
So our program involved a third-party provider. We didn't acquire all of the animals or the sheep herder or the equipment, and that's typically what most jurisdictions are doing. They're not owning the flock. They're using a contractor or vendor.
Okay, so that is a third-part service provider, and for this.
Correct.
So before we put any unfunded service package, and then is there any specific standards process for us to have the business case in place, and then cost-effective analysis in place? And so by that way, this motion, I feel like is too soon to provide that unfunded service package. So I feel like the problem is more efficient, respect administration the time, and the capacity is just to come back with the reports to look at some possibility or cost comparison, how we do this, and instead of the unfunded service package. Does that make sense?
So I think there's probably two sort of paths we could go down. We are looking at, again, the overall process around how we control weeds and an update to the integrated pest management policy that's more environmentally and ecologically friendly. So this would be one of the tools within that overall package. In terms of a service package, that's something that ultimately could be part of it. So we could go either way, but I think probably the best way is to understand, the detailed costs, and then where it has applicability within that overall, integrated pest management policy.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm kind of going along that same questioning that Councillor Rice was. I'm trying to get an understanding. This unfunded service package will include a report, and basically that report will be the results from the pilot program?
That's what we would include. Again, we wouldn't, for the budget, we wouldn't have time to do a big detailed business case. We would take the information that we have from the assessment of the pilot, and we would use that to form the basis for the service package.
Okay, and that would give us cost estimates, effectiveness, different...
Correct. In the service package, we would identify the frequency of how often we would be carrying it out, and identifying which locations would be suitable for using the goats for the weed control.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, understanding, Mr. Sebrick, that you have all that information available and it would all come in a report, just, and maybe this is unfair, but from your recollection, did the pilot demonstrate significant cost savings or offset in costs?
It actually doesn't demonstrate a cost savings when you strictly compare it to the other methods being mechanical or herbicidal. Some of the benefits that we haven't totally quantified were all the I would call them the social benefits in terms of the brand reputation that had benefited the city, but strictly the advantage to the goats was that they could control the regulated weeds in areas that were difficult for us to get into with the conventional methods.
So it was a process alternative, but not necessarily a cost alternative?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright?
I'm just wondering, so you talked about the cost-benefit analysis and that. Will there be sort of an environmental lens applied to it as well?
that's part of what we've been doing in the pilot, is assessing where they are most applicable and what benefits they bring, because they do have a number of different benefits in terms of the environmental
Impact? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So that concludes the questions on grazing. And anyone else? Seeing none, anyone to speak? Councillor Stevenson to speak?
Very briefly, just want to thank the mover for bringing this forward. I'm incredibly excited for this potential. I think that's a great point. You know, aside from any potential cost savings, I think the other savings, our carbon budget, you know, highlighting, you know, alternative management approaches and really bringing community together, I think are other great benefits of this program. So very excited to see this come forward and encourage everyone to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I am not going to support this motion at this moment. Like I mentioned earlier, it's too soon for us to bring unfunded service package for 2023-26 budget deliberation, and specifically, and then we will have very tough year for decide which priority we need to go to focus on our city's core services and how we prioritize to budget and with limited resources, and specifically and without compelling business and provide that evidence and how this could be the different process and the different way to demonstrate the effectiveness and for this specific approach. And then even though we had the pilot project, and I'm looking forward to look at those information, and also I look forward to look at the business case, and before we put any unfunded service package, and to take our time and to discuss on the busy schedule for the budget deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. All right, Councillor Jens to close.
Sure. I would like to note that because Councillor Paquette is not here, we haven't had the appropriate quota of puns. So there must be one here about kids will be flocking to see the kids, like the baby goats, and then the flocks of sheep. I miss Councillor Paquette.
I was just telling Councillor.
Am I out of order?
Point of order.
Just telling. No, I was just telling Councillor Hamilton. As a kid, I took livestock from our like in our house, so that was my job to take them out for grazing.
Yeah. So yes. Wordplay aside, in all seriousness, I do think in terms.
So if I lose this job, I'll have a job. Thank you for doing this, my Councillor Jens. Go ahead. It's all about me.
So, in all seriousness, I mean, I take the point of admin, like this is going to be a tough budget, but when I look at Edmonton's demographic, and almost 15% of Edmontonians are under the age of 14. And when you think about educational opportunities and chances to learn about nature and get out into the river valley and just sort of the calming, hypnotic influence of animals that can sort of take the most anxious of us and help us appreciate nature and learn more. I think there's huge benefits here to the region and to think about that. So congrats again to the Urban Farm and to all those folks who already are doing some creative spaces here. But yeah, just would like to see a little more info and see how we can do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. All right, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, that was number 10.8. Now we go into 10.9, aggregate recycling program. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. So I'll move that administration pause efforts to wind down the aggregate recycling program until City Council determines if this program is in alignment with city priorities and strategic goals. administration is to provide a report to City Council through committee, which includes the following documentation and analysis. An analysis of the proposed wind down of the aggregate recycling program and alignment with city's strategic plans, business cases, audits, program service reviews related to the aggregate recycling program. A cost and risk analysis of closing the aggregate recycling program, including documentation comparing the program cost, material quality, waste diversion rates with that of a private industry, and an overview of plans for the disposal of materials from city projects and breakdown of costs. So it would be due back to Utility Committee on November 25th.
Thank you, Councillor. So I need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Wright seconded it, so please make the introduction now.
Yeah, so for this one, I again had put in, council received a memo back in June related to administration's decision to close the aggregate recycling program. And from there, I did ask for further information. It was brought to my attention by my executive assistant that that email only went to me and not to all of council, which I think we'll have to rectify going forward. But I did receive more information, and the information still left a lot of concern for me. After I reviewed this response, it became apparent to me that the decision has potential to substantially impact our infrastructure, our budget implications, the environment, and our waste diversion goals. And so I think it's prudent, and as we've done in the past, to just pause and really evaluate from a governance perspective if this is truly the direction that we as council would like administration to go with this item. I'll leave it at that, and I'll save the rest of my remarks for closing.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Question, Councillor Cartmel.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sohi. So maybe to Mr. Sebrick, it's my recollection that we discussed this fairly deeply at a utility committee meeting not too long ago.
We've had a number of conversations over the years at utility committee, and it was part of the overall waste strategy in terms of what businesses we should be in, and we included aggregate recycling as well as commercial demolition, commercial services, as well as construction waste demolition were ones we considered as part of what areas we should be involved in.
And we did move away from construction waste, accepting of construction waste at the Waste Management Center, correct? Yeah. And now it's my recollection that the city of Edmonton was essentially a pioneer in the recycling, particularly of concrete, of grinding that up, of reusing that as granular material. But we were kind of the only game in town to start. Is that fair to say?
Correct. At one point in time, we were the only game in town.
But there are a number now of commercial operations that are doing this same work.
Correct. There are a number that contractors are using.
Do you have a recollection of either current state or recent past state of, in terms of rates, were we competitive with the rates that private industry would pay for materials? Was there any sort of a perception that we were straying into a field that was, private sector domain and skewing the competitive nature of that environment?
So at one point in time, we were higher. I think we worked hard to get that cost down, but I don't believe we were lower than the third-party vendors.
Is there any sort of equipment upset that we're dealing with our equipment or with our operation? Is it old? Is it hard to replace? Is it hard to maintain? Would there be a reinvestment? Or?
So our equipment was moving towards end of life, and that would be something we would consider if we stayed in the business. So just so it's clear, we didn't sell any of the equipment off. We were still crushing aggregate this year. That was stockpiled, but we would just stopped accepting any new materials.
So I guess maybe just in, as a final question, the decision to and the choice to wind down this operation is not just something that came to us recently or came as a whim. This is after a number of discussions and a number of considered reports and a bit of an ongoing conversation at Utility Committee.
Correct. I believe the first discussion started in the 2018 timeframe.
Great. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So we were the only game in town at one time. What did we do before that with our aggregate?
I don't know. That was many, many years ago.
Okay.
We've had the operation for 20 plus years.
Okay, and what are the plans for the site? Because there's one in Wards Pomitapi, so I'm just wondering what the plans are for the site and once it has been wound down.
So once the materials are used, then we would look at what we would do with that site, whether we would have other uses for it in the corporation or if it would become surplus land.
Okay, and is there any need for remediation in there?
That would be part of what we would look at. I would imagine, so this material is relatively inert and wouldn't be necessarily creating any significant remediation, but we would do that assessment at the time.
Okay, but the potential is there for that. Okay. And it does concern me that if we get out of the business, what's that going to do to our costs going forward, and what sort of impact would that have on our budget?
So the majority of material is used within our own capital projects, and perhaps if Mr. Melista is on the call or if Pascal could take that, we do have that as part of our capital work.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Wright, for the question. As it stands today, we are in a position where we use more aggregates than we can source through this program already. So a large part of our reclaim aggregates are actually sourced through the private marketplace already. So we already have, we operate in a model where we have supply through both our internal system as well as through an external private marketplace.
Okay, but we still provide some of this ourselves, so that's gonna, if we have to start buying it then privately, what's that gonna do to our costs? Will this report coming back in the motion, will that address that?
Yeah, I think as I understand the motion, that would be our intent, is to be able to help articulate and answer that question more definitively to help you understand exactly what some of the direct costs are, as well as some of the indirect considerations related to that as well.
Okay, good, as long as that's covered off in the report then. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Dang?
No, I have questions.
Oh, all right. Councillor Rutherford, you have questions. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah, I have questions.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Seabrick, with a lot of those conversations that occurred apparently with utility committee, were they in public or in private?
The majority of those would have been in public, and we did also have conversation as we work closely with utility committee, as we do with any of our updates to committee with the waste strategy. So that was one of the components that we discussed quite often.
Directly related to aggregate, what were the conversations had in public or private related to the aggregate site? Not strategic, but related to the aggregate site.
My recollection was they were in public, but we can certainly confirm that.
I would definitely like to confirm that because that's different information than what I have. Absolutely. And how come there's no mention of privatizing or closing the aggregate site in the 2019 to 2022 waste services business plan?
I would have to go back and look why it wasn't included in the business plan, but I know it was already identified in some of the work we were doing as part of the strategy. So in terms of the business plan, we can see why it wasn't included in there.
Mm-hmm. And some of those conversations you had at this higher level, you know, about the what we should be in the business of, philosophically, private or not, would you consider multi-unit would have been in that same line of discussion for the waste collection of multi-unit?
I think all of the different areas that we were delivering service in were looked at as different businesses that we either should or shouldn't be in the regulated or non-regulated environments. And in terms of the regulated components, that was, you know, certainly the single unit, and we did consider this multi-unit. But with the other pieces, whether that be the construction, demolition, the commercial, and the aggregate recycling, those were outside of the regulated.
Yeah, so but I think that the point I'm trying to make is when we reversed the multi-unit decision, did that give you any pause in terms of those broader discussions on utility?
And not specifically, no, because the multi-unit were part of the regulated.
Okay, okay. One of the things that I find really interesting, so maybe I'll go to Mr. Malista. So right now, if we rip up a road, or let's say when the aggregate was in full swing, let's say that. We rip up a road, that material would go to one of the aggregates, the 2 aggregate sites in the city, be recycled, and then be reused. Now, we have a private company that rips up the road. They take that material and then resell it back to us. Is my understanding correct?
That's right. So previously we would have disposed of the material at zero cost, essentially providing an indirect subsidy to the operation. Whereas right now, with the contractor having end-of-line, end-to-end kind of autonomy over the value chain of the assembly of that product, they're able to credit themselves for the value and then recoup and resell that back to the city. So essentially what ends up happening is the city receives a lower and more competitive price for the reclaimed aggregate, because now they're able to control the end-to-end operations of that process. So the city indirectly now, in theory, and I guess through this marketplace, and we have that supported through other private material supply pricing that we see, have the ability to see that we get a direct benefit because we get lower capital costs, because now they receive that value. When we provide raw material to waste as part of infrastructure projects, we get zero credit, whereas oftentimes some of these facilities or operators that operate these services are able to pay for that raw product. So indirectly, what would have been happening is that the capital program was indirectly, in a way, helping to subsidize the operations of the reclaimed aggregate program. And it's hard to kind of decouple all those things in one discrete way, because there are a lot of different dimensions to this. Another example is when we have to dispose of material, we're having private contractors operating within a public yard. And then similarly, when we have to come pick up the finished product after it's been processed, we have a private contractor that has to mobilize equipment specifically to a city yard and operating within a public yard to their operating standards and conditions. So it creates some indirect inefficiencies that way too, that are hard to measure, but those are things that impact our ability to have contractors available to work. Let's say if they have a rain day on a site and they have to defer their aggregate program, they have to now coordinate through the city yard to be able to accommodate that deferral or that delayed weather delay that might happen on their site.
Okay.
Not sure if that helps or makes sense.
Thank you. Constantine?
Great, thank you very much. I guess first, just for me to understand for the mover then, so this is essentially an operating decision that has followed a number of policy discussions since 2018, but you feel that this is not the best operating decision for the city. So the attempt here is to stop and reverse potentially. Is that?
Well, and I would argue that this is the problem sometimes, I would say, with the city of Edmonton, is that we have contradictory policies too. So that's also a challenge. So I would say, our 90% diversion rate, I am concerned, and we've had a conversation in private recently about how that's been going with another private contractor. So I do worry about some of our waste goals, for example. I worry about, again, when we say, okay, we want to do this waste strategy, did council at the time fully understand the implications of what that would mean to something like this? And I don't think I see this as necessarily an operational issue. I see this at the governance level of what I'm more worried about is if we're not in the market, who controls the market, what prices can be set, and what impacts is that going to have on our already blooming construction costs.
Okay, thank you. And I guess question to Mr. Jubenville, can you comment on that, just in relation to the diversion rate and the waste strategy? And actually, this comparison to the multi-unit collection kind of comparison, because I actually had some of the similar questions related to that.
So what I can offer is that so long as the City of Edmonton maintains their mandate to use recycled product in their projects, it doesn't change the amount of recycling, so long as the private sector continues to provide it. So there's a market and there's an availability of the product, and the city maintains that mandate, they won't decrease the amount of recycled product being used. So that'd be my one comment to the question. As it relates to the multi-unit business case, it's somewhat different in that it enables us to have the products that we can recycle in a way that we want to, and to meet our goals. Whereas here, cement, when it's crushed, as long as we mandate that it needs to be in our projects, it will be used in our projects.
Right. I mean, I think I was wondering sort of that oversight piece, you know, in the multi-unit, we lose that oversight piece. We don't really know what happens to it. And I guess in this case, you know, are we trusting that the contractors we're using will faithfully, you know, recycle it the way what it should? I guess just two more questions. So there's 9 workers currently, and they're full-time FTE, I guess Mr. Sebrick. And I think the memo referenced that they will be relocated to other branches and the site itself will be wound down. Is that correct?
Correct, and Mr. Jubenville can provide a little detail in terms of where those employees would be working.
Yes, that's correct. So what we would do, winding down is not a quick operation. We have a lot of rubble that remains, so it's a 1 to 2 year. And what we would do is as we require less labor, we would transition them into our waste program. So whether it be at our cure site where we deal with some of our well, within the different areas within waste, we would find opportunities for these employees.
Okay, great. And finally, just this question about sort of the technology that, you know, it has evolved. This is 40 years old. Is it the same aggregates machinery that we have now compared to 40 years ago? And how does it compare to current technology in terms of environmental footprint and like energy efficiency, like all that kind of stuff? I'm not familiar with the industry.
So I can't say to what extent the 40-year-old technology was. Crushing aggregate is a pretty standard procedure. There are technology elements that make it more efficient and provide stronger oversight, but the process of crushing aggregate is pretty standard and hasn't really significantly changed. Dennis, I don't know if you want to speak a little bit about the process itself.
No, I think that's accurate, Councillor. And the issue that we've run into is we are actually contracting out a lot of the crushing already. In order for us to maintain the current operations, we'd have to bring in $6.5 million of investment to buy new crushers. And so that's one of the considerations as well, is do we want to invest into a program to require us multiple years in order to make use of that new equipment? Or is this something where we feel like the private industry provides it in a manner which the city can still benefit from that recycled material in our projects?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, just so I have a sense of the implications, just so I'm really clear on it. So again, the wind down is sort of a 1 to 2 year process. So providing this report, you know, it's not derailing anything that is imminently being rolled out. Is that a fair assessment?
So at this point, we would still continue down the path we have and provide the report as requested.
Okay, and it sounds like a fair bit of this information has maybe been presented over the past few years. So in terms of, is this mainly an exercise in sort of pulling that existing information and reports together?
Largely, yes. I think there might be some other elements that we might need to enhance, but I think most of it is based on previous reports or conversations or reviews.
Okay, well, thanks very much. Those were all the questions I had, actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Sorry,
we need just a little bit clarity on the motion. Councillor Rutherford, can you provide that clarity on the pausing part of it?
Yeah, I did read that in. I'm not sure why that's
I
not.
thought that's what I thought you read that into the
Yeah, I
to
did
the
read that in.
analysis. So we will be, if this is approved, we will be pausing.
It says that administration pause efforts to wind down the aggregate recycling program until city council determines if the program is in alignment with city priorities and strategic goals. Administration is to provide a report.
That needs to be included in the motion, Madam Clerk, because that's what
And I
Councillor
read it in
Rutherford
at the
read
notice,
into
and I read it in today.
it. Here you go. It is right at the top there now. So can you restate your answer now to Councillor Stevens? Sorry, I'll come back to Councillor Rice, because I think that clarity is very important.
So I think in terms of, we need clarification on what pausing means, because we're still doing aggregate crushing. What we haven't done is taken in any new aggregate. So does this give us direction to start taking in aggregate, because we're still doing the crushing piece?
Okay, well, I'll come back to Councillor Rutherford. Maybe she can ask those questions, through those questions, clarify her intent, and I'll go to Councillor Rice next.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So the first question to the mover. And so because this program is already, right now, administration is in process of crushing. So what's the benefits are you seeking to pass that effort?
I think that for me, again, when all of the information that I have received indicates that there is a potential risk to the organization as a whole in terms of cost predictability and our construction costs going forward. Additionally, my understanding is that this was also and could still be profitable. And so I wonder about why we're getting out of lines of business that are profitable for us, and also what are the back end costs that we're going to incur by not, there was several mentions of, so long as kind of language in terms of that. So it's like, yeah, right now it is what it is. That price isn't always guaranteed.
Okay, so do you have this, does this motion including the intention to looking for the additional investment to get this program back to place? So how that investment look like?
Is that to mover?
Yeah,
okay,
to the mover.
Again, this is I think a very reasonable motion in terms of, I haven't said reverse course or, wind up. I said pause and let's have a conversation to see if this is still the direction that this council wants to go, with all of the information on the table. Okay. So I feel like that is the intention, and I feel like that's very fair and reasonable.
Okay, so thank you. My follow-up question to administration. So if this motion passed, is there any projection of additional investment could be happen, and then from our city to put a larger money, extra money to it?
So I think that potential would be there in the event that there was a decision to reinstate and grow the program. There was a program and service review done in 2018, and it did identify recommendations in terms of enhancements to equipment, as well as increased looking at revenues. I think the main thing we would really need to clarify is, does this motion, by indicating pause, mean that we are to go and look at taking materials again? Because I think that would mean Mr. Melisa's contracts, we would have to go and look at how those are delivered, because if we don't have any materials coming in, we would just be working on the existing pile, and that's what we just need to clarify.
Okay, so related to this question, so what was the initial or original investment and or cost expenditures city put in for this program back to 2017?
So we'd have to get that information as part of this work, and we'd provide that. I don't have it handy with me right now, but we would have that.
Yeah, I have a little bit of concern about like back to 2017, our city already put the investment to create that program. And then after 3 years, and then it's under the process of crushing. And then right now we are talking about stop that, pass that effort, and then this may create the additional cost and investment for the work to be reversed. So I'm not sure how much that could be. I just want to put a question there, and then maybe I can get further information to confirm that.
So just to be clear, I'm not sure if I understood you. The investment was made prior to 2017. We didn't make an investment in 2017.
Yeah.
We already had the equipment.
Prior.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans.
To speak in support.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair? Oh, you have questions, or you want to?
I can take the chair.
Okay, so I have some very simple questions. One is, did we make money by running the aggregate program? Net money, net profit.
We were, it was primarily our internal charges were going, the offset to operate was funded through capital. So we would take the materials in, and so it really wasn't external money coming in.
Okay, so it was internal. So how would we heard, there was a coverage in the news about quality of the material. I want to know, was the quality under our program was superior, or is superior compared to what we get from private sector?
So perhaps I'll ask Mr. Melista to speak to what the private, but certainly any material that we would have would be spec'd, and that would be the requirement that we would have to produce to for the contractors that were doing the work for IIS. Perhaps Mr. Melista can speak to the comparison with the private crushing operation.
Yeah, I can share that it is the exact same standard. So in terms of kind of comparing the quality, they are being measured to the same standards.
Is it more costly to buy from private sector compared to us?
Well, and this is where it probably gets a little bit more complicated to make a direct comparison, but essentially I could say that they are, depending on the location, depending on the volume, depending on the time of year, they can be relatively equivalent. And I think this is where I think as Mr. Jubenville and Mr. Seabrook have pointed out, that when you say take into account the full cost of operations, including some of the capital equipment, that's where it becomes a little bit more difficult. And that's where previous direction had kind of pointed us in a different direction to move out of this business only with the understanding that the private marketplace has sufficient supply. There are sufficient mix of vendors.
I have a few other questions. Can you speak to the availability of the material?
We have not experienced any challenges with private supply of this material, and we have been using private supply for a number of years.
And how about diversion? Are people taking their, demolition or concrete material? Are they dumping it out in public places? Like now that once we stop taking, like, are you seeing any impact on people not taking them to the site or private sites?
We continue to advocate through our capital projects for the recycling of this program by making sure that, as I think Mr. Jubenville pointed out, we are not changing the volume of reclaimed material that we are using on an annual basis. We are simply looking at reevaluating the vendor and supply chain associated with that material.
Okay. So that's our material, but do private, for example, somebody owns a parking lot, they're replacing that parking lot, they need to recycle that material. Where do they take it now?
I'll ask Mr. Jubenville to just provide what private is doing.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, where is the private sector taking its material for recycling?
So that would be within our region for different projects where people are crushing up cement or taking out cement and bringing it for recycling. Specifically, I don't know, but it's from the commercial projects mainly around our region and within our city.
No, but what I want to understand, maybe, like, if we close this, where would they take that material to? Where would private sector take that material to?
So maybe Mr. Melfisa can also help us with that. It's there are other marketers of this product within our area, and so they would take it to those marketers. You'll see signs around the industrial areas requesting cement so that they can make aggregate from it. Specific to residents within the city of Edmonton, KBL does accept cement, and so they are C&D our C&D recycler at our EWMC site, but they take it for a fee. And so residents have to pay a fee for that product. Whereas in the past, had they brought it to our sites, there was no fee.
Okay. As part of the analysis that was done in 2018, did you look at the environmental impact of it then? Right? You don't want to have people dumping their waste into ditches, right? If it becomes too expensive, did you do that analysis?
As it relates to waste littering, I don't believe that was part of the analysis back then, but I would have to speak to my staff. Unfortunately, I wasn't there in 2018. I'd have to go back to those reports.
Okay. Thank you. And I will I will move the second round.
Second. So moved. Are you on for questions or speak? Okay, all right. I'll allow it. Okay, please vote.
Councillor Salvador is yes.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. I'm just waiting for 2 more votes. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Please and I'll return the chair.
I'll get the chair back, and I will go next to Councillor Cartmel. Questions?
Yep, thank you. Just one more rather long one, though. So, Mr. Severick, my recollection is through the last term, there was a lot of upset within the waste management, and we kind of hit the reset button on all of it. We talked about how there was diversion targets. Maybe those weren't clearly understood, but that was mainly focused on the residential market, not necessarily the commercial market. So, but all of that to say, we have a residential regulated utility, and we have a everything else non-regulated department.
Correct.
And was there not some tension when we did all of this work back in the last term that when we blend the two, when we essentially have the same resources and the same space serving sort of 2 different masters, that lends to confusion and that lends to an apprehension that there's an unfair subsidy of the private side of things or of the non-regulated side of things by the regulated side of things?
That would be an assessment of what we were experiencing.
Right, and it is in my recollection that the advice we got, including that from the utility committee advisor, was to very clearly delineate those 2 operations and consider removing ourselves from markets that were competitive not only in that commercial sphere but from other municipalities in the region that did not have this sort of double identity apprehension.
Correct. I think his direction was to do the things we were needing to do, not necessarily things that were available by other vendors.
Right. So, and as part of that, one of the things was an eventual winding down of this operation.
Correct.
So it's not just whether or not we can get preferential internal rates on construction projects, or if somehow by having a concrete recycling grinder at the Waste Management Center, we avoid people dumping concrete in ditches. I've never ever heard that before. But this is part of a bundle of decisions and moves that were made in the context of that conversation and that series of conversations at Utility Committee. That was part of the regulatory environment, part of that private sector environment, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah. So appreciating the inclination to re-examine past decisions, I can't support motions to continually re-examine past decisions, particularly this one, particularly when it was at Utility, which, as we've discussed, is particularly complex and complicated. This was a long series of conversations and blended and overlapping conversations that took place last year by duly elected people that carefully considered the matters before them. And I think we should leave it alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor, right to speak or questions?
Couple questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. So from my understanding of the discussion that's been going on, so this, and then going back to Councillor Rice's question about budget constraints and that, this facility was operating within existing budgets. It was pretty well self-sustaining, wasn't it? Because of what was coming in and going out?
It was self-sustaining in that it was being paid for by a capital, which was city money, so it wasn't necessarily self-sustaining and generating revenue to offset the costs of delivering the service.
But it was then, conversely, it was saving us money that we didn't have to go out and buy that material.
It was just a different type of expenditure, and instead of paying someone else, we were paying ourselves.
Okay. And then, in regards to the pausing operations, so the pile of rubble that we have right now, how long would that take to crush?
Dennis, can you provide that estimate?
It depends on the speed of sale. And so within 1 to 2 years, the piles can be diminished.
Okay, so if we don't take any more in, at least we'll still be having some supply for our needs, or do we?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So then Jason's team, Branch Manager Melissa's team would determine, or I guess the private contractors would determine whether they come to us or they come to others. And we would put it at a market rate and sell it until our pile is done. And the city would maintain their mandate to have recycled goods, which means that there'd be a market for us.
Okay. And you talked about the standards, the quality of the material. Are those regulated industry standards, or is that the city's standards that private industry is following? And then my concern is, if we get out of the business, then who regulates those standards?
Thanks, Councillor Wright. The standards our construction specifications are administered and managed by the City of Edmonton. And it's expected that both as a city service as well as through the private marketplace, that those standards are met or exceeded by both parties.
So we still would have a role to play then in?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm done, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, just a few more questions. So there was a 2018 program and service review of the aggregate site, and it did not recommend the closing of the program. Is that correct?
I believe it recommended, if we continued, that there were things we needed to change. We needed to increase revenues, as well as I think there was a recommendation in terms of enhancements to the equipment. But I'll just ask Mr. Jubin.
No, I have lots of questions, so that's just straightforward answers would be great. Thank you. And then one thing that keeps being cited and referenced is, the utility advisor advised that the waste utility should not operate in areas where the private sector can provide the service in a manner that continues to serve the public good. This was in relation to a conversation around city operations multi-unit strategy, in which the aggregate site is not even mentioned. So how did the aggregate site get folded into that sort of philosophy?
So I think we had conversations on a number of different aspects of waste management, including the commercial collections as well as construction, demolition.
But the written report does not mention the aggregate site. So conversations, but not what is in writing.
So I'd need to go back and look at what's in writing, but I do know the conversations did happen.
Yeah. But this is why the report would maybe be so good, right? Because then we'd have all of that, what's in writing and not in that report.
That would be an outcome, yes.
Yeah. When was has the aggregate program always been a utility?
Part of it was with waste and part of it was within roadways, and then they were consolidated, I think, in 2017, and then they were all part of waste. I believe that was the date that thereabouts that the programs were consolidated.
So in theory, though, that prior to that, there was a greater service that aggregate provided beyond just utility provision, if it wasn't a utility before 2017.
It was delivered by a different city department. It was the same operation.
But if it wasn't folded under waste services, would it have been would this conversation be at utility committee?
Probably not at utility committee, no. It would have been at one of council's committees.
Yeah. Okay, that's all my questions for right now.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Now that concludes all the questions. Right? Okay, now we are into speaking. Councillor Jans to speak.
Thank you. I would like to thank the mover for bringing this forward, and I'm mindful of the hour, so I'll try and be really brief. First of all, I think as I read the report, it's just asking for as I read the motion, it's asking for a report and some more information and to pause any action before we can go forward and look at this. And I think that's valuable and worth considering. I think there's we know that we need aggregate going forward. We know we need enormous amounts of it as we look at our neighborhood renewal plans and our plans going forward. We also know that we're hearing more and more about ESG and different sustainability goals. It's funny because people throw the word ideological around quite a bit, sometimes as a pejorative, but I think that sometimes an absence of ideology is still an idea. Like you don't not have an ideology, and I think the ideology that the city should not be in a line of business, even if it's in a line of business that's going to save the taxpayers money in purchasing, or to help have more cost savings in terms of recovery of material and waste. These are things worth taking a look at and seeing if they do meet our values, just like local procurement and everything else. So I would like to see the information. I think it's valuable, and I think there's a lot here. And I was cautioned that sometimes it's the least sexy stuff. That's where the real money is. That's the stuff, whether you're talking about waste or garbage or these pieces. So I would like to understand it further, and I appreciate the mover for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Hamilton to speak.
Before I do that, I'm going to move that we to extend orders to complete the agenda.
Yes, thank you so much, Councillor Hamilton. Please, need a second.
Second.
Councillor Tang seconded that. Please vote to extend the order to finish this item, or finish the agenda, sorry.
Councillor Salvador is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Great, and hopefully we won't need that.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll be succinct in my remarks. I appreciate, I think, the need for further understanding on this issue, but I share Councillor Cartmell's concern that we run the risk of continually revisiting particularly old council decisions. And as I recall, there was some very sound reasoning behind the city's exit from this. I don't disagree with the need to understand better the reasoning for that decision or the evidence that was presented to council at that time, but tethered together with the requirement to pause operation or pause the exit at this time. I could support it without that piece, but I struggle to support it with that piece. And I don't know that it can be divided because it's not sectioned off. So it's sort of baked into the motion at this point. But I can't support it with the sort of how it's currently comprised. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. When I read the news story, I think it was a couple of days ago, it did raise concerns in my mind about the quality of the material and the price of the material. That's why I asked those questions to administration about at least getting in my mind clarification whether when council made that decision in 2019 or 2018, were those considered? And on the environment as well. Then I have not heard from administration that we are paying more to buy this material. I haven't heard from administration that quality is being compromised. Those were and I haven't heard from the administration that material is not available or that we were making money. I haven't heard that that this was a profitable operation. And all those things were identified in that particular article. And none of those things I heard from administration to be the case, right? So my concerns have been dealt with. I am not afraid to revisit previous council decisions if it makes sense to do so, and if they were made in kind of a recent amount of time, like we revisited the land development decision that was made in 2021, I think, right, right before the election, and I was in favor of that. But this decision was made well before we got here, right? So I think, and was made with foresight and thought. I think one question that one answer that administration gave is very important for me in a way that were we subsidizing this operation through a regulated rate from residential waste? If that was the case, then we would have to subsidize an operation through people's user fees. And I don't know if that was the case, right? Even that people thinking that way is a cause for concern, right? So I think we just need to move forward on this. I now again of the thinking that if just for information, I would have supported it, but if you're thinking of pausing this, right, that causes me concerns, right? So I think we need to honor that decision, and I haven't heard any compelling reason that quality is compromised, or material is not available, or that we are paying more. Yeah, so I would not be able to support this. And I'll go to Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, I hear some of the arguments from my colleagues, both for and against, and I want to highlight that I did not take this decision lightly to bring this motion forward. I do absolutely respect previous council decisions. I think what we really have to highlight here, and this was in the memo, this was not a council decision. This was an administrative decision to wind down this aggregate site. So to say that we are turning over a previous council decision is first and foremost a fallacy. There were absolutely conversations that happened at Utility Committee, all of which were in the high-level context of waste management, in which no particular report that was cited in that memo or subsequent information that my office received actually mentions the aggregate site directly. This is something that, again, not taking this lightly, I didn't say reverse the decision. I said pause. To me, pause means hit pause. Don't wind up, don't wind down, just keep it status quo. Don't consult with people about buying the equipment. Don't accept more material. This conversation would be coming in November. This isn't a big time gap that we're talking about. This is a couple months. For a decision that can potentially impact our future city. And I say this because, yes, the prices are what the prices are now. But the same with many conversations we've had, like the gondola. They said it was going to be $2, but there was no guarantee that that price couldn't be whatever they wanted it to be down the road. And we are putting our corporation at a great level of risk by not having those conversations. We only have to look to current privatization of some of our stuff to see this problem. We did the same thing with our sand recycling program. We had supply chain issues this winter, as per the report that came to council. So I am assuming that when that wind down of that program came forward, they said there was no supply chain issues. But as we can see, it very clearly can change very quickly in this current environment that we're in. And so this, to me, is an opportunity for us to really say, what is that risk, and are we willing to assume that risk? If price of aggregate jumps X percentage without our own system in place, and we've sold everything, we have no public assets in this anymore, and it jumps 20%, are we going to be able to assume that fine? What if it goes down? Maybe it will. Maybe they do it more efficiently. I'm not opposed to it continuing to go forward, but I think to do the due diligence of that conversation, if we do not, is a complete misservice to the people that we are here to serve. I get that high-level strategic conversations happened, but I think that this aggregate site was lost in the mix of the waste strategy and was not a direct conversation. And so I hope that you give this an opportunity to have a direct conversation of what this actually looks like in terms of what I'm most concerned about is our IIS, our Integrated Infrastructure Services, and all of the money and all of the escalating costs we're already seeing, and what could this do? I'd also like to highlight that often the quality tests from the city come back showing that they're not at the quality. So then private sector has to go back and redo it. So what kind of delays could that cost on our construction projects? I just think that there is enough red flags for me to have warranted putting this forward, and I really, really hope that my colleagues can see this call to just really do our due diligence and to really make sure that we have had that comprehensive conversation at the council level on this particular item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried 7-5. Okay. What is next? So that completes 10.9. Notices of motions and motions without customary notice. Any notes of motions? Seeing none, we are adjourned, right, Madam Clerk? All right, completed the agenda.